All right, everybody. Patrice will be joining us a little bit later. For anyone who needs assistance and can't make it to the second floor, we have our room 121 open. And we'll do roll call.
Here.
Here.
Aquí.
Here.
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 All right, our first item, Resolution 2747, Women in NAACP 2004 Women's History Month. Dr. Hill, you're just going to introduce?
I think you already did, but Ms. Jocelyn Griffin is here on behalf of the women in NAACP. Thank you so much, Ms. Griffin.
Okay, this is new. Thank you, Dr. Hill, and to the entire PUSD board, President Kimberly Kinney, and a huge thank you to board member Michelle Bailey, who helped women in NAACP with this resolution. It's very near and dear to our hearts, and I'll just take a few minutes to give you some background on what adultification bias is and the importance of it. And I'll be reading from my phone. So, as we celebrate the end of Black History Month and we anticipate Women's History Month, it's imperative to address a critical issue within our community: the adultification bias affecting Black girls in the Pasadena Unified School District. Every child deserves to be understood and supported in their educational journey. However, Studies have shown that Black girls are disproportionately disciplined compared to their peers, often due to stereotypes and biases held by adults in authority positions. This bias can result in harsher punishments and missed opportunities for these young girls to thrive academically and socially. Understanding the intersectionality of race and gender is essential in combating this bias. We must acknowledge the unique challenges faced by Black girls and work toward creating a more inclusive and equitable education environment. By fostering a culture of empathy and awareness, which y'all advertise on a regular basis, we can ensure that all students, regardless of their race or gender, receive the support and opportunities they need to succeed. This starts with recognizing and addressing our own biases and actively listening to the experiences of girls or Black girls in our community. During Black History Month, let us honor the achievements and contributions of Black leaders, including the many remarkable Black women who have paved the way for us here in Pasadena for our future generations. And as we transition into Women's History Month, let us reaffirm our commitment to uplifting and empowering all women, especially those who have been marginalized and overlooked. Together, we can strive towards a future where every child, regardless of their background, feels valued and understood and supported in their educational journey. I am representative of women and children in the Pasadena branch of the NAACP. Adultification bias is well documented. There's a lot of data out there. So we will be working to take this to our California, Hawaii state branch offices, as well as our national NAACP. I encourage PUSD to get in this early. It's very important. My daughter has experienced adultification bias herself at John Muir High School, and it is not intentional. It is something that it's unconscious. And so there really is an opportunity for you to ensure that your staff are trained properly so that they don't continue to perpetuate this bias. I'm always interested when y'all go talk to people after they present and you want to get more information. I've often wondered, everybody stands up here and they're speaking from their heart. What makes you decide to want to go talk to someone after they present up here? So I'll wait out there for a few minutes to see if there's anything y'all want to talk about. Thank you so much, and thanks again, Board Member Bailey.
Thank you, and I want to acknowledge that the president of the NAACP, Mr. Edson, sent an email as well.
And I would like to invite everyone to the initial training that Ms. Griffin and her team from the Women in NAACP will be providing in PUSD. It's going to be during our Summer Institute in June, and so we'll get the exact time and date out to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move approval.
Second.
Is there any discussion or any comments? All right, all in favor? 7-0? I'm sorry. This is why Amelia does this instead of me. All right, that concludes our action item. Is there any public comment on closed session? I don't see any. All right, we will recess to close then. call us to order. There's no public announcement of closed session actions taken. So I will adjourn closed session. And we will do the roll call.
Here.
Present.
Here.
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 All right, the first agenda item here, public comment on agendized items. 3 minutes each.
Okay, public comment, we have Bert Newton, followed by Brent Giannotta, followed by Jonathan Gardner.
Oh, okay, there you go. All right. So, good evening. So I think from the tour of the HHP sites yesterday, what we learned is that there are options for how to structure affordable housing for staff and student families. We looked at the home ownership model. I didn't think that would work, but after listening to Charles Loveman explain it, I think it might work. Because the numbers might not work for some of the lower income staff, you might want to consider rental housing as well. You could have separate buildings on the same lot to accommodate both. I've talked to developers who said that that's an option you could do. There are ways to make this not only pay for itself, but be an income source. As I said yesterday, I talked to one developer who said that depending on the specifics of each case, generally you can make money from it if you own the land. And he said any developer who categorically tells you you cannot do that, he said is just being lazy. I asked him to put it in writing, and what he gave me was a letter expressing interest in developing the property. So I'm not trying to advocate for any specific developer, so I didn't bring the letter with me, but if you're interested, let me know. The point is that you can provide affordable housing for staff and PUSD families and make money from it. Remember, the feasibility study done in June showed a net gain of $118 million. And that would come in a few $1,000,000 a year, and that would be unrestricted funds that the district could use for anything else. But it's not just dollars and cents on the bottom line of a spreadsheet. It's also retaining staff and families. We definitely need to fix the school sites, absolutely. But if we keep losing families, it won't matter. And it's not right to pay staff so that they can't live here and they have to commute from far away. Affordable staff and student family housing will make the district stronger and more resilient. Thank you.
Brent Giannotta, followed by Jonathan Gardner, followed by Andrew Silk.
Hi. My name is Brent Giannotta. I've been a Pasadena resident since 1987. I want to thank the board members for hearing comments from me and others, and to commend you on the difficult jobs that you have. It's difficult to field so many viewpoints on educational priorities, and we're lucky to have representatives as passionate about this mission as you are. I came here with Bert, and so you know what message I'll be bringing about housing. So I want to briefly sketch where my passions are on this issue. Our national cost of living crisis does not just strain wallets and bank accounts, it strains humans, their psyches, their ability to focus, be productive, and be good family members and neighbors to each other. It strains the entire feeling that we live in a society of people who feel generally happy and content with their lives. The biggest burden on our neighbors is housing payments. Rents and mortgages consistently weigh heavier than healthcare, childcare, transportation, or education. For the wealthy among us, housing payments may not be a major psychological strain, but for our many middle and low-income families, rising rents, having to take additional jobs, and being priced out of the only communities their kids know can disrupt how everyone in a family feels and functions. Most importantly, young children who attend our schools. It then feels to me that the absolute best way to improve the well-being of PUSD students, teachers, and families is to use available building sites for housing that eases the surging demand for housing, ideally with manageable rents that protect the non-rich from being priced out. Renovating schools is absolutely important for the psyche of our students and teachers, but only while they're in the schools. By doing all we can to diffuse housing costs, we can ease the strain on psyches across our community. This may help families more effectively support their kids by helping with homework instead of looking for additional jobs to afford a rent hike. Thank you very much.
All right, good evening, Superintendent Blanco and members of the board. I want to speak on the topic of the parcel tax. I believe that in the presentation that you'll be getting later tonight, that it very clearly lays out the case that you really are not making a good decision if you choose both. We tried this previously with Measure TT and Measure CC, and CC went down. And as a result, it's been hard for us to even contemplate getting a parcel tax in the years after that happened, because a lot of effort went into it and then it went down. I really believe that when talking to our members, some of our members are PUSD area voters as well as homeowners, and they have expressed great reluctance around approving yet another general obligation bond. And so I know that there will be fatigue and there will be concerns among our membership if we do move forward with both. Our membership will just not be nearly as excited about the general obligation bond part of it. So I want, because it seems like we need to choose, I really believe that it is time that we join in this year, 2024, that we join the likes of Arcadia, La Cañada, San Marino, and others that have parcel taxes and are able to use it in order to enhance the educational program. You know, people look at Arcadia High School and just, it's amazing, right? You offer all kinds of things there, and we too could do that sort of a thing if we were to do that, bring out and approve a parcel tax. Just to highlight some things that were on there, it is true that both measures are supported by voters at 72% and 74%. I think it's important to note that the parcel tax is higher in support, but not only that, the group of people that are very likely to vote for a parcel tax is higher than the group of people that are very likely to vote for a bond. And I think that distinction is really important. Some bad news, some other bad things, and maybe like our people in our ranks not being super excited about whatever it is we're bringing forward could threaten one or the other from passing. And I'm telling you that our UTP membership would be much more excited and ready to go with a parcel tax. Obviously, we will do what will be the best for our schools, and we will make sure we make the best of it, but I hope that you will make the right decision and go with the parcel tax tonight. Thank you very much.
Andrew Silk.
Good evening, board. It's good to see you all again. Tonight I'm here in multiple capacities to give the board my perspective. You see, I'm a Pasadena resident. Okay, I live in Pasadena. I've got a house with my son's mom right next to Hamilton Elementary in the Caltech neighborhood. I'm a former business owner. Had a production company in town. Okay, I'm a homeowner. I think I mentioned that. I'm also a renter due to some family situations right now, and actually really love living in the community that I serve over near John Muir and La Pintarosca Park. I'm also a parent, and so I thought it would be really good here to kind of give a perspective of all of these things kind of mushed together. And I also want to highlight some of our work from the Academy. This shirt and this logo redesign, that's actually a capstone project from last year when they went from Andrew Jackson to Barry Jackson and they added STEM. and then you also have to figure out the color things. Students and I learned a whole lot. Anyway, all I'd like to say, thanks, Matthias. Good job. Anyway, I want to talk about trust. Because if you want to reach into my wallet and my neighbors' wallets and my friends every year until the bond is over, every year you're going to be asking for, if the average house in Pasadena is $1 million, you're going to be asking for $600 a year. Okay? That's $18,000 over the life of a 30-year bond. And if we want to have people actually do this, we need trust. As a community member, I have to ask, what's the point of funding STEAM or STEM labs when there isn't a commitment to find a way to keep the teachers who have hundreds, if not thousands of hours, knowing how to operate, teach, and empower Pasadena's future workforce to run and operate these labs? The decisions that the upper management staff has made are noticed by the community. Dr. Blanco, this is your department and your former person before you's department, and unfortunately, there's a whole history of people before that unfortunately you have the hard time to be able to have to stand on that. Anyway, so we need to trust the district, but that's a tough thing. We need to know that you guys have taken multiple steps to be beyond reproach with my money. There's no longer a fourth estate that actually goes and does FOIA requests and looks at where money is coming from and where it's going. If you want this money, you have to pretend that there is a fourth estate and offer that out to the public so we can rebuild trust, so we can make these great things happen, because there is nothing better than coming and going to Super King and seeing one of my former students who's a veteran and running into him. I love that kind of stuff. And I kind of am talking about two things, so can I just get like an extra 30 seconds? Thank you, Tina. Anyway, so we need to know that that investment is not just another money grab or a Band-Aid that's going to get discarded after a few years because of long-term funding wasn't thought through. We saw what happens last night for that, and I'll probably come back in a couple weeks and see what we can learn from that. Anyway, treat staff with respect. Don't just do this project to stop a charter school from moving in. Do it because it's an investment in the future of PUSD. Do it because it's an investment in our community. Do it because it's a solid vetted program to generate revenue for the district. Do it for your staff, who will then return high yield dividends to our clients, who, just in case we all sometimes need a reminder, are the students and their families, because they are a part of the community we serve. So let's do this, but let's do this in a way where we build trust, we don't make mistakes. And if you have to delay things by a week or two and ask extra questions and make sure that the community has no questions whatsoever, let's do it so that we don't use this opportunity to burn, because otherwise you might as well just be doing this. And Tina, you should know I teach in the Arts Academy. This is prop money. That's another job that we do. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
That was not scripted at all. The Board of Education acknowledges receipt of public comments via email. It will be made part of the permanent record of this meeting. That ends public comment.
Thank you. All right, we will move to I1, staff housing options and financing. And Mr. Scott is our presenter this evening. Dr. Blanco, did you have anything you wanted to say at the beginning?
Good evening. No, we've been looking at this as a potential area that we may be able to invest in our staff and use this also as a recruitment and retention strategy. It was in the ballot language on our last bond. And so we're hoping that we can consider the feasibility study that's been done and decide the best path to move forward.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm getting over a cold, so I have this, voice of God thing going on with, so, yeah, gravitas, thank you. It's one of those things where colds, they just kind of move around in your head at a certain point. You don't know where they're going to go. So right now, it's in my throat. So. Okay, I wanted to give background to the board about the various financing alternatives. And there are a lot of different alternatives that are swarming around in this area. A lot of people have talked about different things, but all I can really talk about as the financial advisor is what's been done by school districts. What are the alternatives? Now, that's not to say there'll be something else that is possible, but these are the major components that I want to take you through, and I want you to see what the difficulties are in coming up with a plan to finance this, because these are not simple projects. They're talked about a lot. There's often people that wonder, gee, there must be just hundreds of these around, but they're really not. They're really just a handful. There's many in the works now. There are many districts that have passed measures and they're working on them. But in terms of actual occupancy, it's a handful right now. And I'll talk about that in a second first as well. The numbers that I'm going to show you tonight are based on the report from your consultant, Education Housing Partners, which is the housing consultant, which is really looking at the one project at the Roosevelt site. That they're not looking at it, what's the whole district's opportunity. They were engaged to only look at the Roosevelt site. So I want to put this together to show you how these different financing alternatives can be thought about. There are really three, and one of them is not great. It's easy. The first is just financing it conventionally. That would be through what's known as a COP. It's a lease financing. There's no public tax obligation. This is paid off by the rent of the tenants, and if there's a loss, if there's a gap, then by the general fund. That's the underlying. A few of those have been done, but they were done a long time ago, and I'll talk about that in a second. The second and more current is to finance the entire the entire project with general obligation bonds passed by, similar to what your vote is here, passed by the voters. And there have been a handful of those that have been done in the state. And now the more common method that's being used by numerous districts as they're trying to put this together is a hybrid approach, where you're taking a certain amount of general obligation bonds and you're also issuing COPs and using some of the rent, and I'll talk about the advantages and the disadvantages. The reason I put this slide up here that I wanted you to look at, you can see across the top the three alternatives: COPs, GO bonds, hybrids, and then really the assumptions, the major assumptions down the left-hand side. What's really important to be looking at this, to me, is the assumptions are all the same. The assumptions don't change based on what method you're using. You still have the same number of units. You still have the same cost of maintenance. You still have, theoretically, the same rent that's being charged. So when you're looking at these, you're really not changing the assumptions based on the alternative. You're trying to figure out how do you work with those assumptions to get the best financing plan. So even though this seems a little didactic, it really is trying to make the point that there's not really some special road that you can go down. You have to build it within the constraints of what you have to work with, which are these assumptions. The biggest and most formidable assumption is highlighted in yellow, and that is the cost of construction, the cost per unit. So people talk a lot about, well, what about that project in Santa Clara? Didn't they do that project with just COPs? Why can't we do that? Well, you could have in 1999, which is when they did it. And the cost per unit, I was actually just with the consultant that helped build that yesterday, it was less than $150,000 per unit. And that's why they could finance it with just COPs, because the rent is enough to pay those costs off, those borrowing costs. This, by the way, is where the whole idea of using general obligation bonds derived from. Because the Jefferson Union High School District in San Mateo County, they wanted to build similar to Santa Clara. And then we came to them, looked at it similar with just COPs, and came back to them and said, it just doesn't work. You can't, because the cost of construction is so high now, you can't get there. Well, what can we do? And that's where the whole issue of GOs began. So let's look at the next page, which has across the top COPs, GO bonds, and then two different hybrids. And I'll talk about that in a second. So in the current market, if we use those current assumptions, and I think frankly, $553,000 per unit might be a little low in the current environment, but things are beginning to ease off a little bit in that, is what I understand. If you look at these assumptions, these outputs, the COPs, again, your gross rent, your revenue is the same. I would assume that the operational costs are the same. There's a little bit of difference in the borrowing costs. You still have to pay back the same amount, but GO bonds are a little cheaper than COPs, so there's a little bit of difference in the interest and the borrowing costs. The big factor that's different is on line 5, the taxpayer contribution. That's the big difference, because you can see down at the bottom, the net income in the day's market, the net income or loss of the COP is a loss of $20.7 million over the course of 30 years. That is a cost that is then paid for by the general fund. There's no other place to get those funds. Now I'll just digress barely, just a second. LA Unified did a project with COPs. It was about 5 or 6 years ago, so lower cost. And they came up with the same problem. They couldn't finish it. They couldn't finish the financing. They could finish the project, but they couldn't finish the financing because they knew that the cost was too much for what they were supporting. So they used tax credits. They used federal tax credits, which provided additional capital in. That caused all sorts of difficulties for them, which I think it's fair to say they had some regrets on that. The federal tax credits then bring in all sorts of earning requirements for the tenants of the building, such that for the teacher staff housing project that they financed, there are no teachers. That is my understanding, that there are no teachers because of the income of the teachers is too high for the requirements of the tax credits. Okay, across to the next column, GO bonds. In GO bonds, you're getting the taxpayers to pay the cost of capital, so there is no cost. That's being paid for out of your general obligation bonds. And in this example, that's $117 million profit. That profit goes into the general fund in this example over a 30-year period. The hybrid model has both financial advantages, and I think there's political advantages also. The financial advantage, as you can see, you can manipulate those numbers. In one example we put together, there's a limited surplus, so we kind of took that down to, okay, what's the amount that's really tight? We're using as much rent as possible to pay off the debt. And in the other, we backed it off a little bit, so there is some income coming into the district. In this case, it's $17 million. The advantage of that, of course, is there's a revenue for the general fund. It gives you a little bit more cushion in case there's a bad year of rental, and there's a lot of, we don't expect it to happen, but it could. Suddenly you can't rent as many units, so your debt is not as high. And then I think politically it also is sound because you're now asking taxpayers not to finance the entire project. You're saying we just want you to finance a portion of the project, and we'll use the rent to finance the rest of the project. So I think it's a good balance, and it's now, I think, the more often seen alternative. We ran the same numbers a second time using a $600,000, this is in yellow, $600,000 per unit. Again, everything is the same, except when we get to this page 6. You can see now the cost goes up to $32 million for the COP, $32 million cost of the general fund, and of course it knocks down the amount of funding that's available to the general fund in the GO alternative. I was also asked to put in from the education housing study, partner study, the various options of the types of rents. Now, this is not something that, as you're considering the general obligation bond, this is not something you need to decide. There's no decision that how many units and what's the mix of the unit and what's the rent of the units. And I think the important takeaway of this, of all of these numbers, is that those decisions are up to you. The decisions on what the rent will be, what the percentage of fair market value will be, what the number of units will be, what the number of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, the mix will be, that is a board decision and not part of the financing. Now, obviously, there's some constraints on that. If you can make the rent as cheap as you want until you don't have enough money to pay it back. I mean, that's the constraint. But besides that, you are truly in the driver's seat on this. So to sum up on the advantages and disadvantages of these three methods, certificates of participation, the obvious advantage is you don't have to go to the voters for approval. And the obvious disadvantage, it is a significant negative impact on the district's general fund and a huge risk. GO bonds, the advantage, great amount of revenue comes into the general fund from the rents. However, there is a limited amount of GO bonds that you can have. You have all sorts of other projects that you want to use these funds for. And so you're taking away some of those funds from other projects. And COP hybrid, you reduce the amount of GO bonds, you reduce the negative impacts to the general fund as the positives. And the negative, of course, is that it fails to produce as much revenue for the general fund as just a GO bond. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about this sort of tour of the financing methods.
Should we take you said 2 public comment? Only because I think when we launch into questions, we'll start advocate. Since this is just a discussion item, we'll do the public.
2 public comment, Michael Leon from Teamsters and Renee Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Kenny, for that. Good evening, President Kenny, school board members, Dr. Blanco, and members of the audience. My name is Michael Leon, and I'm here with my brothers from the Teamsters. Some here live here in Pasadena, and others don't. But I'm here in regards to the here regarding the the staff housing, or as I would say, an employee housing benefit. This would benefit members in the district in more ways than you can think. My members, it would allow them shorter commute times, saving gas, reduce anxiety for not having to sit on the freeway for 2 hours, possibly low rents, and more time with their families. The employees will spend money within the community. Their children will be going to the school districts, and they'll be part of the overall Pasadena community. The district has done a study that shows the feasibility of the Roosevelt site as a site that the Teamsters support this site. According to my custodial lead that's here with me this evening, Al Lopez, that covers the school sites with Jorge Armada, they know the best of the lay of the land of the district, since they are in and out of all the school sites throughout the day. Mr. Lopez was actually a student here at PUSD and knows the district well. Teamsters urge the board to support the Roosevelt site for this project. I would like to see an additional benefit for our membership and their families. And I think this would be a win-win. Thank you.
Renee Gonzalez?
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to talk against the continuous, basically, attack on special education community that initiated with the facilities task force back in 2019 that omitted the CAC and any special education, and that was brought the recommendation of the Roosevelt site, totally omitting the historical value and the community input for that location. The Roosevelt site was omitted from the facilities master plan as well, so it is a totally abuse of position on the Board of Education and the facilities task force from that previous administration. DLR and Safe Work have followed orders from that administration that affect our community, and I condemn any attempt to do anything on that specific site. I encourage the board to look for more revenue generating streams. We have some sites that we don't get any rent at all, and the previous administration signed a 25-year lease for $0 on Peoria site. That is wrong. You're laying off staff that we really need, and we should be getting the best for our facilities. And I want to remind everyone that our job here is to educate children, not to sell our parcels or our sites or our facilities. That is not your job. And so if there's a fiscal crisis, let's look for different avenues to generate funds. But this presentation and the one before, it's the revenue assumptions and the cost of the revenue assumptions and the money that was calculated with the rent, it's intentionally exaggerated. When you get a teacher's salary and get 30% of that, and even lower, that's affordable. That is not affordable at all. So compare affordable rent versus competitive salaries and to get a survey out there and see what really the people want. They don't want to be tied up to a district, and as it is, they're afraid to being fired. They're going to be more afraid if they live at one of the sites. And we don't have any accountability on facilities. I recommend you to form the Citizens Oversight and Reform Committee and bring real accountability to our facilities department and the COC. Thank you.
All right. Comments, questions?
So, just to let you know, I'm a renter, and I've been a renter for over 10 years, and my rent was raised 3 times in the time we've lived in Pasadena. And so I feel the pressure of, skyrocketing rent, so I understand that. I also was, as some other board members, supported the rent control and, knocked on doors and all that. So I think a lot of us really understand the housing crisis. We've had this similar discussion before with housing, and sorry, I'm gonna probably repeat myself from the last time, but the typical calculation is your rent should be about 1/3 of your take-home pay. So I believe one of the scenarios was $2,100 a month. I think the lowest was like $1,800. Those are just scenarios, but I just took the $2,100, and really you have to make $75,000 to meet that one-third rule. And our entry-level teachers make 65,000. So they're already 10,000 short of this general rule. So, and I think I think I know that we can define this the way we want to, but the scenario that was presented was, we can raise the rent 3% a year, every year. And so, given that we are a little bit behind already for entry-level teachers, and we have to keep up with the increase in rent, even though it's 3%, we have to catch up to that. So we have to, when we give raises to our teachers, we have to make up the difference. We already are behind compared to other neighboring districts. So there's the catch up of that, and there's the catch up of the 3%. So we have to really look at the math of it to make sure that our teachers can actually afford to live here. The other thing is we just had a layoff of over 200 employees last week. And, that sort of thing is based on seniority. So the most senior employees will end up staying, and then we lay off the newer employees. So guess what? That's the same group as the employees that will be living in the affordable housing, is these entry-level, lower-paid employees. So in a time of economic decline, what are we going to do, right? So we may have to lay off these teachers, and there'll be vacant units. And the whole purpose was to be able to support our lowest paid employees. I did visit Santa Clara's Unified's workforce housing myself. I literally just walked on the site, and I approached a mom who's a teacher. She had 2 kids. I said, "Hey, how's this working out? Are you able to stay in the district?" And she said, "Well, once 7 years are up, I can't afford to live in this area." So really, the scenario is that, yes, we probably are keeping our, newer employees here, but only for a certain period, because usually the situations are, for a certain lease term. So we have to look at the big picture. What is the long-term sustainability of this affordable housing? And does it align with our current union partners' policies too, of, keeping our senior, we want to keep everybody in this district, and so that they have that institutional knowledge, and they're basically our family. We want to keep them for like 10, 20 years. So are we achieving that? So we have to really look through these scenarios and see whether the math adds up and whether we can sustain this. I know I didn't have a question, I just had a statement, I guess.
All right, Pat, did you have your hand up?
So mostly what I have is advocacy, but I'll save that for the second round. The point of clarification, I want to make 2 points of clarification. One is that when you talk about the net income loss, under the Go Bond column on, it's a couple slides before that, but everybody, I think, probably remembers it's about 117 million is money that goes to the unrestricted fund. However, there's nothing that prevents the Board of Education now or in the future from dog-earing the revenue that comes from this site towards facilities and capital improvements elsewhere in the district. So many people in the public may not be aware, but when we went out for Measure O, I was one of the people, together with Michelle, who really wanted to see staff housing be included in the available uses of the bond money. And my rationale then was any project that we build as a district is not taking money away from the bond. Like this, I think some people in the public have really taken it to mean that, well, if you spend money on the staff housing, then that's less money that you have available for the schools. And my point has always been, no, that's not true, because we make money off of the staff housing. Now, it may be the case that we don't make as much money as we want because or a future board decides to lower rent so that people can stay there longer. So maybe maybe it doesn't come out as a wash, but it could also be the case that it comes out to the district's advantage. I mean, we don't have to make it an affordable housing project. Once we build the thing, we can adjust the rents to match the needs of the district for the entire length of the project. And it's not just 30 years, it goes on well past that, right? So I think that using the bond money that way presents an opportunity to get ongoing funding that we can then use for facilities. It turned into more of a comment than a question, but it started off as a question. The other thing I wanted to ask is one thing that's missing from this analysis, and I didn't think to ask it ahead of time, so I wouldn't want to put Mr. Scott on a notice, but one of the opportunities that you have as a district, if you build a project like this, would be that you could use it as collateral for a loan in the future, correct? Yes, he's nodding. So that would give the opportunity, if the district ever hit an instance where state funds dried up and we needed to do something, a crisis to patch a budget hole, the district could take out a $10 million loan or a $12 million loan or $100 million loan on this building project and could use that money, hopefully wisely, to help overcome the roller coaster that is the state budget. So I think that that's another argument to do this. I do understand that there are implications to that, and I'll save the conversation about that till we get to advocacy.
I'm going to ask a question quickly. Well, I just want to clarify. So Pat, what you're saying is if you do the GO bond only, the income that the district gets that goes to the general fund, you're saying it could be earmarked instead of ongoing operational expenses for facilities or capital projects. And so you're saying people are paying it and we're taking it out of the bond, but then we're kind of putting it back, if you will, into the same area of expenditures. All right.
I will say, again, because many of you weren't watching board meetings at the time, that was my whole advocacy point at the time. So I always considered, if we did staff housing, that any revenue that we generated off of it would be revenue that we would put back into facilities as long as we had facilities needs, which is probably going to be forever because we're a school district, right? It's like the joke in movies. If you have a church, you got a mortgage. If you have schools, you have facility needs.
So my question for Mr. Scott was, is there a point where when we do borrowing through COPs that it can affect our bond rating and then our costs when we issue our actual GO bonds?
No, I don't think so. What affects your bond rating is the financial status and the work that you do on your budget, more than simply you're overborrowing on one thing. And one simple financing or even complicated financing, unless it's really a mess, is not going to affect the bond rating of an institution this large.
So as long as we are paying the interest on our COPs?
Yeah, that would be a bad fact. Let me put it that way.
I'm sorry, I have a very ignorant question because I don't understand this world as well. But let's say there is a financial crisis and we go underwater. We can't declare bankruptcy or anything like that, and then we're stuck with property that.
Are you talking about the district goes bankrupt or the housing project goes
The
bankrupt?
housing project goes bankrupt, right? So not too long ago, we can all remember because we're older. So what would happen in a situation like that?
Well, it depends on what form of financing you used, right? If you have a COP, which was the first analysis, then you're on the hook for that. That's really the district's responsibility. Now, you would not, it's hard to imagine in the worst of circumstances that there wouldn't be some revenue from that, that there would be some, maybe not as much as you would like to cover the debt, but there would be some. But that would be, I think that is the biggest downside of the COP, is that you have this potential loss. If it is being financed through solely general obligation bonds, then you don't have any debt. That's the debt of the taxpayers. And maybe you're not going to get as much money as you had hoped to make other facilities, but it's not going to affect your credit because you're not paying off a loan in that case. It's the taxpayers that are paying off that loan.
May I? So I have a question. So you went through the 3 different types of financing, and I was intrigued by your anecdote about LAUSD, and they used COPs, and they had some regret.
I'm speculating on that.
Okay, obviously, but,
I mean, I know people at LA Unified, and I think there's a little bit of,
well, clearly there was some issues with the COP. So what I'm getting at is I'd like maybe a little bit more explanation on the COPs as opposed to the hybrid, which seems to be the most positive way to go on this.
well, just to be clear, the hybrid is using GO bonds and COPs at the same time.
Yes.
So, so it's not just, there's some other thing called hybrid. The
I
hybrid,
got it, yes,
hybrid
I
is
understand that.
So the advantage of putting those two together is kind of everything we've been just talking about for the last few minutes. You reduce the potential for some type of hit to your general fund because your debt is less. On the other hand, you also reduce the amount of capital that's coming in because you're paying some of that rent off in the debt. So, and I think it was, not here, but it's on the previous one, I think the fact that it's not simply one way, you can actually work those numbers and make it, well, we want to have a very large cushion, for example, or no, we want to have it just as thin as we can. That really depends on how much do you want to charge for rent, which kind of comes back to Ms. Frederick's comment. I mean, you can lower the rent as much as you want until you don't have enough money to pay your bills. But that's up to you. Thank you.
So I will give some insight to the LEOSD properties. They did 3 housing projects, and the motivation was to provide for lower salaried employees. So there is an income limit because we did get some money from the feds that has stipulations on criteria for income eligibility for tenants. And so, yes, the income criteria that was utilized by way of the funding option that was selected did opt out teachers. So primarily it's classified employees who are occupying the units. I think questions come in for what happens if someone leaves the district, like how long do they have to, can they stay before they have to move, et cetera, et cetera. Those are things that are still TBD because we were just starting to see some movement in terms of folks who were moving, but that was probably, it's been 6 or 7 years now. I know the district is also, I'll just say LA Unified as a district, is in the process of identifying somewhere near 8 or 10 additional pieces of land to build additional housing on. And it's all property that we currently own. So the question about how it will be financed, we haven't gotten that far in terms of the discussion yet. But I think they're wanting to be a little more flexible in the way in which they structure the financing so that there is greater autonomy and latitude over who can occupy, who's eligible, and being able to have a wider breadth and depth of employees be able to take advantage of the opportunity to occupy the housing. So there's that. I will ask the question about the number of units. Like if we were to reconfigure the
the size of the units, does that change drastically the number of units that we're able to build?
Yeah, I'm unfortunately not qualified to give you
Fair.
an answer on that.
Okay.
I will say, however, that the fact that you see a 3-bedroom unit with a high rent is assuming that there are more people in that unit dividing that rent. So it's not just like one person in a 3-bedroom unit. But anyway, no, I just can't give you really a
Okay.
cogent answer on that.
Because in the current sample scenarios, which we know that we're not necessarily like static, there's a lot of 1-bedroom units. It would probably have, I know personally, I have a preference to see a greater number of 2 or 3-bedroom units versus a large number of 1-bedroom units. If we're looking at being able to support the needs of employees who have families, odds are high that they're going to need more than 1 bedroom. As somebody who doesn't have kids, I only have 1 bedroom and I need more than 1 bedroom. It's just always nice to have another door that closes. And yet it's out of reach finance-wise for me, the time being.
Okay, thank you for this, for coming out again. This is good. So I have a couple of questions. So we went on a tour yesterday. We looked at a couple of housing projects, and then we went and toured the Roosevelt site. And during our little excursion together, we had several conversations going on. One of the conversations that came up was management of the projects once they're built. So could you talk to us a little bit about options around managing the property?
Yes, I know of no larger project. There are some school districts that have 1 or 2 units, literally 1 or 2 units of housing. But larger projects, I'm unaware of any that have been built or are in planning where the district is trying to manage those facilities themselves. They bring in an outside professional real estate management firm, pay them out of the rents, and you just don't want to have, you want to build a management system where the tenants aren't coming up to this podium.
Absolutely.
That's the system you want in place. And it's been done. It's been done. And it's a fairly elegant system, I think, that works quite well.
Okay.
But just to clarify, I thought Educational Housing Partners said we would help with eligibility, that there would be some part of which employees were eligible, or managing getting employees into it.
Yeah, and I think it was certainly a case in LA Unified. I think the LA Unified used a lottery, as in my recollection, in selection of the first housing product. But there's all sorts of ways you can make this determination. There's no one clear right way of how you're going to select, nor is there one clear right way of how long people are going to be able to live there or what the increase in rent is. These are all decisions that you have to make slowly over time. And the good news is you can't build these very quickly, so you have a lot of time to think about those issues. So.
Okay, my second one is we had a very in-depth discussion about purchasing options. And so, and I know that I was actually thinking about renting, not purchasing, because I don't believe that we can sell district property. So could you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, on the face of it, and I'm not saying you can't do it, on the face of it, it's a little hard for me to figure out how you would be selling public property to private individuals at a reduced rate. That seems to have a pretty thick thicket, I guess it is, you could say. But I'm not saying it's impossible, I just haven't really thought it through. There are some districts that are attempting to produce a portion of the rent to be set aside as a match for use as a down payment when the person comes out. It hasn't been done yet. We've worked with a couple trying to build something like this, and it just hasn't gotten off the ground. But I think there's ways you can get there, but they're complicated. They're very complicated.
Okay, and then lastly, say for instance, we have an employee who, makes $80,000 a year versus one who makes $40,000 a year, and they both want to be in a two-bedroom, would they pay the same for the rent, or would we have the ability to determine how much rent should be paid based on an employee's income?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can do whatever you want.
Okay,
It's your property and there's no regulations on it.
okay. I think I get it now. Thank you.
So in terms of the configuration, and so the options that they gave us, the 4 different options, all of the units are below market rent. And depending on whether we do inclusionary housing according, I guess, to Pasadena's, the rules that the city has, versus this AB 2295, which was the one that Education Housing Partners was advising us to go. So that produced more that are very much below market rent, but then it raised the rent of the other 70% that are there. And so, but I think what Dale's saying is that mix of what we charge and that mix of whether they're 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, or 3-bedroom is completely up to us. With the caveat, the less rent income there is, the less we will make, the more we will have to borrow, or just the less income there'll be. And we have to make sure that it covers the cost of maintaining and operating the building. Because we can't pay, I don't think, I'll say we don't want to, and I think that it would be very unpopular if we started using our general funds to subsidize this building. So, and I'm not sure we have to answer that configuration, but at some point, our financing decision will kind of hinge on that. Like how much, if we want to do hybrid, if we charge less, we will have to use more GO bonds because that's the way that makes it affordable. When we looked at those options that Dale provided, initially I said, well, doing 100% GO bonds, that's just a non-starter for me, because I said, well, you're telling the taxpayers, hi, please approve this bond so that we can build wonderful schools. And then we're saying, well, now we're taking your money, we're building staff housing, which has a benefit, but then all the income we're going to use for whatever we want. But the way that Pat explained it, if that all was invested at the tune of $2 to $5 million a year back into facilities, that could provide a lot of upkeep for our properties, help us maybe maintain them longer and not have to go out for GO bonds. So I'm warming to that column much more than I was before this presentation. And I don't know if that's a thing where we actually have to write somewhere that we promise that we will always use it on facilities, or if it's well, we wanted to do that, but this year we just really need it for, XYZ to run the district. So at some point, to move on from this in terms of the next steps, I'm thinking that if we have a consensus that we want to spend some, if not all, from GO bonds, that will inform our next item on the agenda. But then it does sound like there's a lot of things to work out. The configuration, what we want to charge in rents, what the process we want to go through, because there's different processes for entitlement and the CEQA and things like that. But at least for tonight, and I guess what I want to maybe clarify is, if we are using GO bonds to fund this, does that mean we are waiting until if we decide to put a GO bond on November, we are waiting until it passes to move forward with this? Okay,
I have a question about process. So did we finish questions and now we move to advocacy?
Well, this isn't an action item, and that's why I had the public comment go first, because I figured it was. So we're not taking action tonight. This is really kind of to inform our next conversation where we will be taking action.
I have an advocacy, but I also have a question, and I just don't know how to navigate the process. Okay, so I have a question about yesterday. Yesterday, we met and we visited some projects that had to do with staff and teachers being owners of the properties. And my assumption was that it was something that we could do, right? So that, is that not the case? Like, we cannot do that?
Yeah, we could do that. So,
So it is legal and we could go that route?
yeah, so one thing that I think this is another important one to sort of square with the general public, because I don't know the public knows this, but generally speaking, when it comes to property that's owned by the school district, the dispensation of that property, the local Board of Education has the authority to do whatever it wants with the property as long as the board determines that it's in the best interest of the students of the district. There are certain obligations that we have in regards to how we interact with our local government agencies. So we would have to work something out with the city in regards to zoning, because all of this property is currently zoned as PUSD educational. At one point, I asked an attorney, what's PUSD educational? And he said, that's whatever the board decides it is. I imagine if you ask the same question to the city council, they may have a different opinion about that, and their attorney may have a different opinion about that, and that could turn into a whole thing. But that's one aspect of it. The one sort of overriding thing is any construction project in the state of California has to comply with CEQA. So we would have to do an environmental impact report. A neighborhood that didn't want us to do it could potentially challenge it on the grounds that, of environment. So it's not as cut and dried as we get to do whatever we want with our property, but by and large, a Board of Education has a lot of leeway to make decisions with its property as far as the courts are concerned.
But in general, those things that you just mentioned would have to happen even if we build rentals.
Correct.
But we could move in the home ownership.
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. And now I have some advocacy, but I could wait my turn.
And if we were gonna do a home ownership model, it would be selling the actual unit, but not the actual land.
Right, right. Right, which I didn't really know until yesterday. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to go on the tour, because although it doesn't generate a consistent revenue stream for the district, it yields the most benefit for our employees, and it also addresses issues of generational wealth in the process. So it can be really instrumental, especially for families of color, immigrants, for everybody that have grown up here in Pasadena, to be able to have some sort of home ownership here in Pasadena. And we can use it as part of a strategy to do either targeted recruitment. So I know some of the high schools have had a harder time recruiting physics teachers, etc. But we've also can use it for dealing with long-term good relationships and good faith with our own employees, right? And generate higher job satisfaction with the people that work for us. As it was explained to us, there's ways that we can address issues of turnover. We can control the profits. We would have rights to buy the property if a person wants to leave the district or leave the unit or leave California or has to sell, which allow us to have that benefit in perpetuity for other possible staff that works for the district. And so, to me, it seems that I'm really interested in exploring the issue of housing for our staff, our general employees. I think that that is a great idea, and I think that we should consider continue to move forward with this project or with this idea. And I can see the significant advantages of home ownership because it allows the staff that buys into the property to accumulate wealth at a way that it is also responsible, because if you establish a model that the units will always be 40% or 30% under market value, it still allows the employee to generate and grow their own wealth as they're living in that space, and for us to retain the ability of using it as a space for the goodwill and retention of our employees. So I wouldn't want to completely discard that idea if you all would like to consider it, because to me it seemed, the development seemed appropriate and very appealing aesthetically and comfortable. The communities the people that live there seem to have a lot of positive goodwill and neighborly attitudes. And I think it would be fantastic if we can provide what otherwise is very difficult. I mean, look, I, in 2024, would not be able to buy my house, or any house for that matter, right? So that would be a huge benefit for our staff.
Let me just add that the group that worked with us yesterday, they don't specialize in school districts. Qualifying for a house is a different beast, and it could end up excluding some of our employees who otherwise would not be able to qualify to purchase. The other thing is, as I've been going to the workshops at CSBA conferences and talking to Dell and other people who have worked on district housing projects as far as financing and whatnot, there are ways to assist employees with saving money towards a down payment for either to purchase a home after they leave the district housing, or to be able to afford a down payment and security deposit to move into another space when they're done here. I think that employment is so temporary that to set our employees up for home ownership could be more of a disruption to their lifestyle, especially if they get riffed the next year or two, or, if they decide that, they want to leave the district for whatever reason. I mean, there's just a lot that could come up. I don't disagree with you. I think if we're going to explore it, we need to also explore the disadvantages to something like that. But just from my experience with trying to qualify for a house, you either make too much for low income or affordable, or you don't make enough. And so I'm sure that a group of our employees would probably find themselves in that situation, and we don't want to exclude anyone.
So we have a few more minutes on this, but I wanted to make sure that we know what our next steps are. And so if we did want to look at changing the configuration, making fewer one bedrooms, et cetera, I'm assuming we would go back to Education Housing Partners. I don't know that let me put it this way, I'm assuming they would want some additional funding if they were going to do it.
But I can talk about my thoughts on the one bedroom as well.
Well, no, so what I'm trying to clarify is, if we think we are funding this with any part of GO bonds, then, well, that's what I think we should, I mean, we can talk about that now or in the next item, but I guess what I'm saying is, do we see something happening tomorrow? Do we see that we're waiting until the day after the election in November before the next step happens? I want Dr. Blanco and her staff to know whether they ought to be moving on certain parts of this or not. So that's what I want us to clarify for them before we move to the next topic.
I think that Mr. Scott's up there now, so he can speak for himself, that he said the configurations are not, don't have to be made at this stage in the decision. So I think your, main decisions you have to decide this evening is if you want to move forward with the project using current bond money, because you saw the other ways really are not affordable, right? I mean, that's pretty clear to us. Or if you're waiting for a future bond, I think, so we know how to bring back the action item for you. And if we're going to use current bond money, that will require a modification or an adaptation of the current 5-year bond plan. Mr. Carrasco and I are working with another consultant to recover bond money that may have been available for us in TT. We don't know how that's all going to pan out, but I think we have 4 million available to us now in the current plan that we have. So if we're talking about, I think it was 68 million, was that the number? So we'd have to like shave some other projects back. But if we, depending on the timing of when it was built, if we could do what Mr. Cahalan was saying and dedicate the income coming in, to continuing the projects, that might be able to work.
Can I just ask a question? How long is the feasibility study that was done on Roosevelt? How long is it valid, or?
Yeah, I think it's, every day it deteriorates. I guess that's the way to put it. It's not like there's a certain point where it's valid or not. It's, as prices go up, it becomes less relevant.
So if we were to wait until after the election, if we were to put another bond on the ballot, would we have to do another feasibility study at that point?
You'd have to update it. You wouldn't have to do another one.
Okay, because here's what I'm thinking. I know I've been arguing all this time that some of that money was supposed to go towards housing, but I'm thinking that we have spent so much time and effort on getting us to where we are with our projects right now with the bond money that we have, and so much work is desperately needed with what we have right now being already allocated. I wouldn't want us to have to go back and undo that. I am willing to support, if you will, another bond measure going on the ballot for November, but with the stipulation that we will do 2 things with it for certain. One is to build staff housing, and then another is to build low-income housing for our families. If we were to get 2 projects out of that new bond, I would be willing to support us waiting on this project until we get that other bond approved.
So I want to say that we're not considering the mortgage process because that model does not require any bond investment.
You still need the initial capital to build the thing. Now, there is the possibility that if we designate a site and just put out their RFP, developer out there, do you want to build housing on this site? Someone might come in and put up the capital to build the project. They will want it back. So much like the COP model. So the main difference, I worked in the mortgage business for a while, so I know a little bit about how Reg Z works. The reason why the COP model comes out negative is because you got to borrow the money, and whoever you borrow the money from wants interest, and so they take their vig, and that's the lion's share of the money. The advantage that we have not going with the COP model, if we're putting up the cash, is that we have the entire control over the project. So I think that does come with risks, in the interest of putting all the cards down on the table. So I will say this, I support doing this project with the bond that we have now. The reason why is because I think we can take the money that we make off this project and we can put it right back into the projects that we have on our existing plan. I think that one of the advantages that people aren't considering is we have a very limited amount of bandwidth when it comes to building educational sites, because there's only so many architects and contractors and our own facility staff who can handle the building work of the schools. Something like this is, we are hiring somebody who builds residential buildings for a living to do this. There are scads of people who will take this project immediately if we ask for an RFP. So it doesn't, I don't think it interferes with our existing facilities master plan schedule as much as many people think it does. So there's that. Also, there is no way to build housing for the community of Pasadena that is cheaper and less impact on the taxpayer than using GO bonds, because that's a really low interest rate. We're not borrowing the money from a bank. We're not paying a developer to finance the project. We're paying off whatever the bond rate is, which was, I think, 4.25% for the last issue of bonds that we put out. True, the taxpayer is paying for it, but in our judgment, if we really think that this is going to produce a net advantage for the school district in terms of staff housing, giving us an asset that we can make decisions with in the future, I think it adds a lot of flexibility to what future boards can do. That does come with a downside risk. We may all decide we want to do this, we're going to put the money towards facilities and capital projects, we're going to keep the rents low. Who knows what happens in 7 years when there's a whole different Board of Education? They may say, we want to sell this project. They may say, we're not going to put this towards facilities and capital projects anymore. At some point, that can happen, right? Like, I think we can get ourselves stuck in analysis paralysis considering all of the potential things that could impact this. I will say this. Jill Shook, who some of you met maybe for the first time yesterday, she came to the board before I got on it in 2015, proposing a staff housing model that involved ownership. The previous board was supportive previous to when I got on it. This is something the Board of Education has been talking about for a very long time. So my one big encouragement to all of us would be, let's decide. Because until we say we are going to do this on this schedule with this money, nothing is happening except we're spending more time at board meeting and we're making, unfortunately, members of the community come out and say, you really should build more housing. It's kind of a waste of everybody's time.
Patrice and then Jennifer.
Just a couple of questions. Well, first I want to say that I'm supportive of being able to proceed with some sort of staff housing model. I guess my questions are, how much money do we need to get started, or do we have to sort of like write a check for whatever the projected cost is in full for us to proceed? Because if we don't need to put up all the money today, what can we be doing in the process of raising the dollars in order to get ready to be able to move this project forward? Like, can we be doing like design work? Can we be doing like, permitting work? Can we be going to the council to do zoning work? Can those things be done while we're in the process of sort of figuring out where these dollars come from?
Yes.
What can we do besides just sit here and just sort of pontificate?
Yes, the next step is fairly straightforward. It's making sure that you have all of the entitlements, everything's in place. And there's a fair amount of non-construction work that has to happen. And it's not overly expensive. It's not like you're pouring concrete and building things, but it has to happen. And it's time consuming. That's the problem. But it is not, if you look at if you graph it out, you have this kind of like this, and then when you start construction, it goes like that. So, yes.
Okay. So that said, whatever we can be doing in the meantime, I think we should be able to do that so we can kind of walk and chew gum so that we are kind of not losing time of trying to figure out the remainder of these larger pieces that have a longer timeline on them. But what we can start doing now is whatever like logistic work, zoning, permitting, et cetera, we need to begin to get that process done so that when we are ready for a shovel to go into the ground, we've already secured the dollars. We already have secured what our plan is in terms of determining the number of units, configuration, financing, et cetera, so that The only thing that will then allow us to proceed is that we will have dollars to be able to continue to fund the project. But whatever, like, front work and pre-work, let's get that started now would be my advocacy.
Patrice, can I just clarify? So you're saying, though, that funding, it would come from the next bond, not the current one?
I think we could start with the current, and then, you know, the larger project would be good for the next one. I don't think we need to wait for the next one.
So if we start with the current, what's?
Hang on, let me let Jennifer and Tina, and we can come back.
Okay, I just want to get a few things clear, because I think Trustee Bailey mentioned waiting and doing the staff housing, the bond, and family housing. You mentioned that you'd be willing to wait and do both of those at the same time?
Only because it was my understanding that this current bond was accounted for. It was fully accounted for, so I just.
So my point on this is I have some gray area here, and I'm not getting clarity, so I need to have that clarity, because, one, I don't want to wait. I want to start this process for the staff housing. And I would be willing to do that and wait for the family housing if I have trust in my colleagues that that is something that's important to us, because given the number of housing insecure children we have, I believe they need a place, they need a roof over their head. And I think this is as important to me as the staff housing. So I do need a lot of clarity around this, because I am ready to make a decision tonight to move ahead. Thank you.
Oh, my turn?
Yes.
Okay. So the title of this item was just like a presentation, and the way that I heard Trustee Kenny, you phrasing what we're doing is somehow linked to the next item, which is an action item. So I really want to, really define what we're doing, because it reminds me a little bit about, so first of all, we did approve a 5-year bond program plan. And it sounds like we just unhinge that if we move forward with this. So we can't just pass a plan and then all of a sudden, never mind about the plan. It's like, we didn't properly notice this, because I didn't understand this to be, we are making decision, because this is not an action item.
I understand. So what I heard was a few board members, or one board member, say, I would fund the whole thing out of this current bond. I asked kind of Patrice where she was, because she wants to go right away, and obviously there's the bond that we have.
Current bond that we already
But
counted
hang on,
for, though.
But hang on, but this would obviously have to come back as an action item, and that's what I was trying to
Okay.
gauge is that a future agenda item where we're saying, okay, we're either
So-
paying for the entire thing, which I think Mr. Cahan.
Be clear, that
it would-
derails the 5-year,
It would change.
it would
the 5-year bond.
displace the schools that we said are on that 5-year
That would,
plan.
that would have to
So
happen.
understand.
The reason it's
Let's
here.
make sure we understand.
Right.
Okay.
No, the reason it was here tonight, though, was to lead into the conversation we're having next about a future bond. Pat just keeps throwing things out.
Saying about the current,
No, I'm
okay?
just saying, you keep coming up with
I was not
ideas.
suggesting that we take action. I thought that as part of the discussion, we should make everything clear about where we stood, right? And I think it's important because multiple people have mentioned trust, right? We had the public comment about trust. People have talked about, well, what, Kim sort of alluded to it, like how do we know for sure that a future board will put this money towards capital projects? The answer to a lot of those things is we don't, but the way for the voters to have trust is for us to be very clear about what our positions are. So I was just making sure that my position was very clear. I'm not suggesting that we revisit, if you want to revisit the 5-year plan, I will, that's fine, but I don't think that there's will to do that on the board. I'm not asking for that. I just want to make certain that people understand where the consensus is, because that indicates what the next step is, right? Because if the consensus is we should move forward with this, we should dedicate some amount of funds to this to get started, maybe that's pulling something off of the project that's at the tail end of year 5 on the current plan. It's not saying that the money won't get there. It's just saying that parallel to this, we're going to pay Mr. Scott for his time. We're going to have, maybe revisit the feasibility study, maybe talk about, maybe somebody wants to suggest other sites. There's lots of next steps forward. But first, we have to all determine that we really want to do it. And I think it's important that we all say that.
This discussion that we're having right now, this agenda item, will definitely inform how I discuss or approach the next agenda item. So I think you're right about that, because we need to be clear so that we move into the next agenda item, we'll know which way we want to go as far as the bond is concerned. And so we'll just have to work on the parcel tax part of it. So this is good. I'm actually, I'm fine either way. I just want to make sure that we have a clear plan forward, so that I don't want people feeling as if their projects aren't going to get done now, because there was that sentiment out there that, you're taking bond money to put towards housing. If you do that, then you take money away from housing. My thing is, once we get on the next agenda item, I'll have questions about the timing of all of that, so.
I have a clarification question for Dale. What's a rough cost to start doing like the paperwork part of it, being like, permits, zoning, entitlements, et cetera? We're talking about what, $500,000, $200,000? Like, what's that kind of?
I think it's north of $500,000.
Okay. So we're not talking about breaking the bank. We're just talking about some money to be able to file some paperwork. So that's not going to derail the 5-year plan. So I think I want to be clear about that. I think we're talking about some money to be able to have the dollars to be able to pay for some fees in the interim while we put together a plan for a longer runway and timeline for the full financing.
I just want to say that I am in support of having an action item to move forward with this item, and that I am not comfortable with moving or altering the 5-year plan, but I am open to having a discussion about how we're going to pay for this moving forward.
And to clarify where I was and why I was saying, what are the next steps? There's always some risk that if we put a bond on the ballot, it doesn't pass. And I just wasn't sure how much sunk costs we wanted to have to before that point. Because if we're not going to fund, if we're not going to, do a hybrid and take a smaller amount from this GO bond, or take the whole thing from this GO bond and then, have to modify the 5-year plan, there is that downside risk. And everyone knows I'm risk averse. So that's why I was saying, is this where we kind of now sit tight until November? I mean, I do think changing the configuration should go forward, because it's going to inform us how much of the GO bond we need. If we decide we want fewer apartments but larger apartments, and we want to lower the rent on all of them, the income suddenly changes, and the mix we'll need of financing will change too. So they are somewhat dependent on each other, and the cost will keep going up the more months there are, hopefully not infinitively, but so is there I was going to say, is there a discussion that happens at facilities? I think if I were Dr. Blanco, I would want to know what's coming back. What is the next step?
So a couple things that I would like to state. The taxpayers did vote for this. It was in the ballot language. So there is no deceit upon the taxpayers that were using this GO bond to build staff housing. I think Ms. McKenzie was actually in a video about it, if I recall, because she was chairing that, right? So I know that that didn't become clear in the beginning because we changed some leaders, and that's what Pat was saying can happen, right? When we change leaders, we could have the best plan and then somebody else is in different chairs. I do think that there is contingency money in this bond. There's little wiggle rooms. Like I said, we're trying to recap some money for projects that were in TT, and we have a specialist helping us also looking at different grants that we might not know about. So if you do want to move forward, I would say we have to somewhat encumber the $68 million, right? We're not going to go out and start planning and getting all these things done and then drop the project after we spent $5 million on it. So I think if we come back with a recommendation, it is to move forward on this, and we have to find the places to put the money to carry it out, or change the funding model later, because we shouldn't be investing in part of a project.
Could this come to facilities and then as an action item to the full board?
Sure, but what would you like to come to facilities and to move forward with the project?
It doesn't
I
need
mean,
to
I
go to
think
facility,
if
it can
you're,
just come
if
direct.
you're
Okay,
saying you
so
want to
it
move
can come
forward with
direct.
it, we should come to you with an action item to move forward, and then a cost analysis of the next steps, I guess, would be, for at least
Okay.
up to the next year and the cost of them.
Great.
I mean, I think if we, in the feasibility study from Education Housing Partners, the entitlement in CEQA was somewhere between 18 months and 2 years. And it's working with the city and deciding, I mean, they recommended whether to be the lead agency on the CEQA or not, and whether to go with the AB, whatever it is, versus the cities. But they didn't say it's going to be smooth sailing. They're like, this is what we're recommending. So to move forward, we would have to decide how we're moving forward. But I think what I heard Dr. Blanco said is, if we're not using the full cost from this bond, she's not excited about starting to spend money on this. But that's what I thought I heard her say. So,
My hope would be that we'll decide in a few minutes to pass another bond, and then we won't have so much anxiety over this. And I just want to also make a comment on Dr. Velasquez's question. We learned last night that there's more than one way to do this. If we move forward with this project, we have a lot of property. We can still move forward with a developer and the family housing in another way. We did meet with CBRE, and we are going to bring back a proposal for them to start doing the asset management. Mr. Udo, myself, and Mr. Crosco met, and I think that will give us an idea about what, all of our properties are worth and how we want to be able to use them in the future.
To that point, there's this property.
all right, so we're going to move shortly, right, to the next item?
I think we're giving Dr. Blanco some guidance. I just want to give a little extra guidance, or suggest extra guidance. So I'll be the wet blanket here, which is, I am hearing Don Benito in my ear right now, what's going to happen to ADA at that site. So in your proposal, right, we can't be working in a bubble of housing, but the impact to the entire 24 schools in our district. So when you come back, I'd like to see a whole list of okay, say when we vote, we vote for a bond, right, to new bond, that we have a holistic, inclusive, all schools in that plan, not just housing and what we're gonna do with housing, but we really need to see the impact, the reverberation of that cost and how that affects other improvements on the other sites, because I was trying to retrofit safety and, deferred maintenance on the back end after we already voted for the 5-year bond program plan. So, well, now we have a restart button, but we don't want to catch, repeat history, which is we rushed into something and then we forgot these other things. What about these? And then we got to wait for another bond. This is the time. This is the time to really have that holistic eye. And because parents are going to want to know, what about us? What about us over here? So what did you just hear, Dr. Blanco? And how do you feel about that?
That you want us to look for the 68 million in the least intrusive places to schools and maybe not drop off the last schools. So I think we have to take some of that into consideration, but I do believe if we're able to pass the new bond, it will kind of be a moot point, right? Because it will be in time to finish the projects. that we already started. One thing I would strongly recommend that we never do again is start over and not keep on with the projects that we had already promised people, right? So there was reasons for doing that at the time. But we have definitely heard from the community that that was not an approach that they agreed with.
So let me just suggest, each school will get like a little summary of what they're getting, essentially, for the next bond.
Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna change at this point.
Not everybody's on the 5-year bond program plan.
Yeah, but when
Not everybody's on the, not all schools are in the 5-year bond
when we do
program
the
plan.
next bond, the other projects will be added, so,
I know, but they need to, okay,
but
Let's make
that's
that-
a totally different discussion that we need to have later.
okay, well, this relates.
So, Dr. Blanco, at some point in the not-too-far future, staff will bring back something to facilities with your best ideas about how to move forward with this staff project, this staff housing project. Is that it?
Oh, well, I heard two different things. Bring
Yes,
it back to
please.
the full board for action, and then first for facilities, and I thought you changed to bring it back to the full board.
So why would we bring this back to facilities when it's already here? You said back.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, so you're going to come with some more specifics, and to what Patrice was saying, you know, the parts that could move forward now. No, I
Understand, I'm not trying to like derail what's already been in the 5-year plan. I'm talking about change essentially in the grand scheme of things to start doing some paperwork.
So here's what I'm going to say about it going to facilities first. So Dr. Blanco's going to go away and work on an idea of how to move forward from here.
With the housing.
With the housing, whether we're entitlement option we're to choose, whether we're going to be the lead on the CEQA, how much it turns out that people tell her that she can start this for, then that's going to come out of Measure O. And the rest of it can come out of the other, and there's a couple different ways to do this, and she's going to figure out if Education Housing Partners is interested in giving us another configuration for free, or how much that's going to, so she's going to bring that package, and I think that's why we have our committees, so the three of you who are on that committee can say, well, wait a minute, what about this? Or wait a minute, what about this?
But why?
Really
$900 million.
But why, when it gets here, you're gonna do the same thing all over again? And we're
there, at
already
the
here.
end, there is enough support right now
Yeah, we're
to
already
move it.
here.
Okay, so there's
that
nothing-
then it could be refined and come to the board.
Yeah, there's nothing, it's not
If
stopping
you
it.
don't- If you don't want to take it to facilities, that's fine. I just, sometimes
I
that
just-
helps. But if not, then it can come to the full board.
Usually it would help, but it's, this, we're already having, it's here already.
Let's
And
give
I-
voice.
And I don't hear
Really want to
you-
give voice.
I don't hear you, like, saying anything that's brand new that facilities would need to vet and then decide whether or not it's something that needs to come to the board. Usually that's when something comes to facilities, right? When something is brand new and we hear it in facilities and we ask our questions and whatnot, and then we decide as a committee whether or not something's ready to come to the board. We don't need to do that in this case.
Purpose of committee is
the
to give
spec-
voice.
I was going to say, the specific things haven't come to us, so it would be new. But if the facilities committee, listen, I'm going to let the chair and Dr. Blanco figure it out, because I'm not on the facilities committee, so I don't have a horse in that race. I'm going to but Dr. Blanco, there'll be an action item at some point that will go somewhere and end up at the board eventually.
I mean, there's 2 board members in the facilities committee that are ready to move it forward as an action, so I'm not sure how that's gonna change the process.
Trust me, people will want to weigh in on this. And during a board meeting, there's not going to be enough time. That's what part of committees for, is to allow that freedom of discussion. Trust me,
It's
these
public
parents.
comment. You give them 1 minute in public comment in the
So-
committee, so I don't know how much weighing
For
in.
the record, I advocated for voice of our
They
sites.
can advocate right here during public comment the same way. I mean, we're taking up too
You
much
get 2
time on this. I wanna-
opportunities.
I'm ready to push it forward.
It's only $900 million that we're talking about.
Let's keep it where it
Hang on,
is.
hang
so we
on.
can keep it
So-
moving.
Dr. Blanco, there'll be an action item. All right, we're going to move on, and I'm sorry we went a little bit long, to J, which is an action item. Decision on moving forward with GO bond and/or parcel tax for the November 2024 election. So Mr. Scott is going to be going over the survey results and reviewing that, and then giving us, Dr. Blanco has a recommendation in the presentation? Someone's going to, sorry.
There's going to be public comment after?
After the presentation.
Okay, now that we've finished that simple issue, let's go on to the complicated part. I'm going to give you the results of a voter survey that we conducted on behalf of the district. There were 2 different surveys. People weren't asked the same questions. Half of them of the survey was about GO bonds. The other half was parcel tax, and they didn't commingle. So you're either in the parcel tax group or the GO bond group. And I'm going to run through these slides. I'm not going to go through each one. I'm going to give you the highlights, and then I'm happy to dig in on any that you'd like. These 2 surveys were conducted actually a couple of months ago in October. They were done in English and in Spanish, about 400 in each case. Most of it was cell phones or landlines, but there was also text to web. There was also web to email. So you're trying to get as many people as possible. However, everybody that was interviewed was a registered voter. And the first question that they are asked is, do you plan on voting in the presidential election in November? And if they said no, they were thanked and they hung up. The piece that's really important here to keep in mind as we walk through this is the last line at the bottom of this, which says margin of error 4.9%. So what that means is when I say it's 60%, you've got to keep in mind that that's like 60% plus or minus 5%. Just keep that in mind as we're going forward. The way these surveys work is after the person gets on the phone or gets online, they're given a few warm-up questions to make sure they understand that somebody's not trying to sell them something or whatnot. And then they are asked the ballot language question as close as we can tell to what that ballot language will end up being. And we get information from them as to whether they will vote yes or no without any information given to them. Similar, frankly, to the way many people vote, unfortunately, but that's what we're trying to measure. At the end of the survey, we then ask a number of demographic questions, and I wanted to share a couple of them with you because I think they're really very interesting. These were at the end of the survey. The first question was, what is the main way you receive information about the Pasadena Unified School District? And this is actually pretty interesting. You would expect to have about a quarter friends, family, district employees. That's in the 1 to 3 o'clock range. But there's a fairly large group, about 25%, that say they're getting it through district communications, district social feed, district website, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is great. You would not have seen that 4 or 5 years ago, and it's growing. Second, we asked people, do you now have or have you ever had any children or grandchildren who attended or are now attending a school in the Pasadena Unified School District? 68% say no. You're probably not terribly surprised by that, but it is a big number. And so as we go through this survey and people say, well, I don't know, it's kind of good because they're telling the truth. They don't know. They don't really have a contact except for what they hear at church or the supermarket or whatever. They have, however, figured out on their own the impact of quality schools. Do you agree or disagree? Quality schools increase property values, 90%. And I've always challenged boards to think of any other issue in their community where 90% of the voters agree on anything. So it's an amazing statistic. Okay, so as I said, we first asked them the question, what we think the ballot question is, and we have a fair amount of experience drafting this, and we try to get a yes or no answer out of them. Would you vote yes or would you vote no? If the person says, I don't know, they're asked, well, are you leaning yes or are you leaning no? And so then you can take the yes and the lean yes, and that we identify as our yes vote. There's still a group that says, I just don't know. So once we ask the first question, this is on the bond, not on the parcel tax, we give them the dollar amount, we read some language to them, we get 64% yes. I'm sorry, 69% yes. Remember, the threshold for success is 55%. So you're well over the threshold without any information. We then give them a number, there's different segments to it. The first segment has to do with projects. And we'll read off a number of projects to them to find out, not necessarily what you should do or you shouldn't do, but what are sort of the marquee projects, what are the projects that have a lot of support. Now, these are randomized when they're given, when the questions are asked. However, I've resorted them here so you can see which ones rise to the top. And I won't go over all of them, I'll just take these. There were many, many of them, probably ran about 20, 30 projects. These are the top 4. Replace plumbing, electrical, heating, ventilation, air conditioning system, expand STEAM classrooms and labs, repair and replace leaky roofs, expand counseling and special education facilities. All of those have a close to 75% of the voters said, if I knew that, I would be more likely to vote for the bond. Then the light blue are people that said, no, it wouldn't really make a difference to me, but they're already yes voters when we go back and look at them. So strong support. I always like to look at the red also, which is the hard no. They give me a no, I would not be more likely. So what moves that out of the 90% range? I'm sorry, out of the 10% range? And it's been really none of these projects. Turning to more attitudinal questions, we also ask questions about, you call it taxpayer protections. And so, for example, number 1, if you knew that all these funds would be spent locally and couldn't be taken by the state and spent elsewhere, you have over 80% of the voters say they'd be more likely. And you know, I think sometimes people say, well, that doesn't make any sense because of course you can't do that. But the voter doesn't know that is the point. They don't know that that's the case. And so I think it's important to educate them with that. And when they knew that, it really moves it. Going down to the bottom of the page, funds would not be used for administrator salaries and benefits. That used to be a huge mover. Right now, it's really not. I mean, it's 65%, but it's nothing like full public disclosure, and the funds can't be taken by the state. Under California state law, we have to disclose the cost in the ballot language. How much will this cost in assessed valuation? And that can either be stated as dollars per $100,000 of assessed valuation or cents per $100 of assessed valuation. It's the same number, by the way, just to make clear. Same number. But there seems to be a difference. And I can't quite put my finger on why some communities like cents and why some communities like dollars. But in here, there's a little bit of a shift to the cents rather than the dollars. But it is important, however, most important to see that really doesn't move you in the cents case below the 55%, which is the dark black line that's going down through the center. Okay. So once, again, I'm moving quickly, but this survey runs about 10, 11 minutes. There are many other questions that are asked, but at the end, we then say, now that you've heard more information, we've told them about the projects, we've told them the tax rate, we've told them the voter protections, how would you vote what you know now? And you can see that at the beginning, we were at, again, taking the yes and the lean yes, we're at 69%. After information, that moves slightly to 72% yes with a margin of error of 5%. Looking at the no's, very interesting, almost no movement in the no's. Almost no movement, which goes to show that a no vote is a no vote. That's kind of a given. I'm going to flip to the parcel tax survey. Do you want me to just keep on going with the parcel tax survey? Okay. Same story. Ballot languages asked them. The only difference with the parcel tax, which we're familiar with, I'm sure, is that the threshold for success is 2/3, not 55%. Won't go into why that is, but it is a requirement that there be at least 66.7% of the voters, of those who vote, support it. We ask this question, we read them the language, and we start out with 68% yes, which is, again, remember you have 5% either way. So you're right on the money there. It's not exactly strong, I would say, but it's doable. Now you can see that we've shifted that black line over to 2/3. It makes it a little more difficult. These are the top 4 projects that moved voters: expand STEAM classrooms and labs, increase wages for teachers and staff, expand career tech programs, and mental health and behavioral support programs. All of those are over 2/3, although none of them, with the exception of STEAM classrooms, really moved them greatly. We've gone through these questions having to do with taxpayer protections. Those are the same questions. Funds spent locally moves it not quite as much, but a fair amount. We also have a question here at the bottom: senior citizens would qualify for an exemption. Interestingly, that did not move the needle quite a bit. In retrospect, I wish we would have put a question in that was the opposite, to see if that would move it the other way. So we'll deal with that later. And then we asked them about the cost of the parcel tax at $90. I was asked the question, how was $90 selected? We selected it based on, we wanted to bring in as much possible income for the district, but we wanted to keep it at what was perceived to be a reasonable amount and not go over $100. So that's how we got to the 90. We also looked at under the new state law or new state judicial ruling, parcel tax can actually be done on a per square foot basis. It's very complicated. It's pretty expensive to put into place. I was hoping to see that really move the needle, but it just doesn't. I think people don't understand it, frankly. It's hard. It's a hard concept as people try to figure out, well, what is the square feet of my property? You have to do the math. And so then again, we come back and ask them, how would you like to change your vote? And there's actually a huge movement here. We started out at 68, we go up to 74%. Combined yes and lean yes. And so it goes strongly after they get information. So I would say I'm going to turn to the 2 elections, what happens when you put them on 2 ballots. But independently, the bond has very strong support. Very strong support. Just out of the barn, it comes out over that 55%. The parcel tax needs some work to get there. It's at 66% at starting out. Not exactly an easy election, but then with information, it moves up into the 70s. So I think that's promising. It is not a perfect way to measure it, but we do try to figure out what is the impact of having 2 of these items on the same ballot. Now, we're talking about having a parcel tax and a general obligation bond on the same ballot. I went back, based on a request from a board member, and looked at, since the year 2000, how many double bonds and parcel tax had been on the ballot in this state. Not many, 21. Out of that 21, however, only 2 failed both. And you got to kind of take it with a grain of salt, because these weren't all in the county of Los Angeles. I mean, you have ones in Humboldt County, Tulare County, across the state. But we had 2 that actually, both of them failed. And then we had another 5 where the parcel tax failed and the GO bond passed. So about 25% where one of them failed, and a very low amount, only 2, about 10%. Where they both failed. So what we do is we first, remember again, we're having 2 groups. There's the GO bonds, and there's the parcel tax. At the end of the GO bond survey, we ask the person who's asked those questions, we tell them, the district is also considering doing a parcel tax. Now I want to say right off the top, that is not the perfect segue. They've already spent 10 minutes answering these questions. And now we're saying, oh, by the way, there's something else I want to talk to you about. So, take it with a little bit of a grain of salt on both of these. So we say, they're considering doing a parcel tax. There's some description given to them, what it would mean, what the cost would be. And then we say, which of these statements best describes you? I would vote for both. I would only vote for the bond, but not for the parcel tax. I would only vote for the parcel tax, but not for the bond. I wouldn't vote for either. And if you then put together, I would vote for both, and I would only vote for the bond, then you can see, well, what's the effect on the bond of having the parcel tax? And not much. It was at 72% before we told them that. It dropped down to 68% after they heard about the parcel tax. So there's not a big impact of putting on the bond, of putting the parcel tax on the ballot. We did the same thing with that group of voters who took the parcel tax. Which of these statements describes you best? I'd vote for both. I'd only vote for the parcel tax. I'd only vote for the bond, et cetera, et cetera. Went from 74% then down to 66%, which is where we started out, at 66%. So it does put a little bit more of a challenge on the parcel tax than it does on the bond. So one challenge is one, which makes sense because the parcel tax is 2/3, and it has a farther place to go. This page provides just a summary of what we're looking at. Again, as I said, the general obligation bond 55%, parcel tax 2/3, showing the rate, the dollar amount, the term, what it's used for, and the pre-information and post-information. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to the superintendent for recommendations or for any questions you might have regarding.
Dr. Bernardo and Renee Gonzalez.
Hi again. Last week, there were a lot of people who spoke, but I'm not sure that a whole lot of people listened. I think I heard more than one board member speak about listening to and trusting employees. I think I heard Board Member Fredericks and Board President Kenny at some point ask for more info about the cuts to staffing that the board was asked to approve on the spot last week. Now there are agenda items having to do with housing, bonds, and a parcel tax presented to you, but my question is, are you listening to the right people? When polled by your research group, voters thought in some cases they'd be more inclined to vote yes on a tax in 2 of the top 4 topics that made the majority more likely to vote yes, to approve a new tax burden, or if the money were to go to increases in teacher salaries and investment in career technical programs. Yet when I stood before you last week to ask that you not approve the district proposed cuts to CTE, I don't completely feel like I was listened to. When we were in negotiations with the district's teams last month and we CTE teachers proposed a way to draw closer to parity compared to the salaries of UTP currently, we were told that the board had only approved a proposal that would keep us behind UTP in salary and salary schedule steps. I'm here to make what seems like a common sense recommendation. Listen to your voters, your taxpayers on 2 of the top 4 things they would be okay with paying more for you to spend money on. Listen to your CTE teachers when we tell you that because we have been without a union for so long, we are still trying to draw equal with what UTP has achieved for their teachers because we had not been able to ask for salary and salary schedule equality for so long. Please authorize the district negotiations team to approve our latest proposal of 12% plus the salary schedule steps to draw equal to UTP. CTE teachers deserve parity, not next year, not next contract, next season, but now, because we've been behind for so long. Research says voters want to see teachers paid well with their tax money, and we're about 20 people asking to be paid more equally, not 1,000. But who you may want to ask more of is your administration. In meeting after meeting, I've listened to the admin explain just how urgent it is for you to approve the thing in front of you right now. They've said that delays could cause worst-case scenarios. When some board members have asked for a little bit more time and more info to be able to make a more informed decision. But your taxpayers and voters deserve due diligence in general. If these things can't be placed on the ballot this year and have to wait a year or so, compared to beginning a project that you may not want to actually see all the way through, or perhaps not knowing how to get out of the housing business if it doesn't work out, then I'd imagine that delay is okay. And remember, simply giving employees more money all around is acknowledging that everything is getting more expensive everywhere all at once. And it also does not involve significant real estate risk and predicting the future. Occam's razor, or similarly lex parsimoniae, the principle of parsimony, advocates that the simplest solution is usually the best, or that variables should not be unnecessarily multiplied. Housing and real estate always seem incredibly variable to me. Investing in employees and paying us well always seems incredibly simple.
Renee Gonzalez.
Good evening, everyone, again. I want to mention that the word embedded for staff housing was actually embedded in the longer language, but not on the short version of the Measure O. Nowhere in the Spanish advertising said staff housing, so that's very, very not trustworthy of an administration. And so, yes, the taxpayers voted for it, but a lot of them didn't even know that that tiny language was embedded in the center of a large. So I guess that's, a learning. It's good for learning in the future what we're going to vote in November. So we really need to read the fine print. So we also voted for sustainable energy investment on Measure O. We did. And we have not gotten anything on it. So that is very bad advertisement. The family housing to be placed after staff housing, that's prioritizing the students afterwards. I don't think that is the mentality of a Board of Education. You're actually sending a message, you're behind, we matter first. And I don't think that's what public education is about. The parking ratio that is suggested on this staff housing is like 1.5. I don't think anybody has 1.5 cars. So you gotta be really careful on any other future designs that you allocate at least 2 or 3 spaces per unit, because that is not allowed in the city of Pasadena. And if you're gonna come to the city of Pasadena and override our rules on planning on housing, that is not the right way, and it's going to complicate just living on those units. So I think 2+ parking spaces per unit should be considered. And so basically a survey for 400 people versus community forums for 15,000 people that are actually on this district, it's a big difference. It's a big contrast. So, we should be looking at items to save money and give the taxpayers a lot of items that have been explored on how to save money versus just extending the hand and bringing the little girls with the apple at the ballots, because that's just not right. So let's be more responsible as adults and create some, revenue generating ideas versus just asking people for more money. Thank you.
So my recommendation is to go for both the parcel tax and the bond, because I feel that they've pulled strong enough. I don't necessarily agree that one will make the other one not pass. The parcel tax is iffy, right? Parcel taxes are harder to pass, but I still think it's worth it. And I think if we had a very strong campaign in our last parcel tax, I was here, walking, it was not on a presidential election, right? So I think giving up the opportunity for the bond to support the parcel tax or the parcel tax to support the bond is really a lost opportunity for us because of the presidential election. And, I'd had a conversation, I think, earlier on with Mr. Scott, and I said, well, what about that we're not moving on the bond we have? At that time, we weren't when we first started talking about this. And he indicated to me that, I'm assuming that all the voters are within the school district and they know inside, I'll just say politics, right? And I thought about that a lot. And when I go to the poll and there's something on for my city, I can't afford to live in Pasadena, if it says for schools, I vote yes. I don't know what they're doing at their board meetings. I don't know what they're doing with their money. Maybe I should pay closer attention since I'm a taxpayer, but I'm a person that supports public education in the community. And so I do believe there are a lot of voters out there that will support public education. And when we looked at the polling, the 90%, I think it was, of people that support us, that don't have children in the school district, I just think it's a strong opportunity for us to be able to get all of our needs met. We have needs in the parcel tax that we can, put that money for the classroom. I don't want to create an illusion that it's going to be for salaries right away, because there's only going to be $5 million a year. It's going to take time to build up the parcel. Not that we can't give that money to the salaries, but it's not going to, we're still going to need other money to increase, get our employees where we want them to be.
So to clarify, because this is action, is it okay if we do questions first and then have a motion and then do advocacy after the motion?
I didn't have a question, I had a statement.
Do you mind waiting till we do the questions first?
I might forget, but okay. It's too much to write down, I just need to say it, it's in my head.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that there are a lot of concerns and questions about the length of time that it's taken for us to move on the bond. A lot of that is because we had decisions that we had to make, and I think this community understands that. I believe that we have a very supportive community that really wants to see us succeed. And what we have learned and what has come out is that we do not have nearly close to enough funding that we need through our current bond to adequately address the issues that we are having with our facilities within this district. Even those that are closed, we still need to be able to maintain the infrastructure of those buildings so that they are safe. So when I think about this, as we move forward into this discussion, when I think about this, I don't think that it's an unreasonable ask, and it's an ask, and the only way we can get something is if we ask for it. If we're told no, we're just told no, but at least we ask. And I'm hoping that one of the things that we've learned as a board, when it comes to moving forward on these types of issues, is that we've got to stop and we have got to consider how our actions and our deliberations impede us being able to move forward. And I encourage all of you, do your homework before you get here and try to understand where we've been and how we got to where we are before you start just thinking about what you want out of something. And I just had to say that because from the very beginning, I have been talking about the fact that housing was included in that bond. And I have been talking about the projects that were left at the end of Measure TT. And all those things have come back to surface. And now, we're needing to address them. So I just needed to say that because I know I would forget it. And thank you.
So can I just see show of hands who has questions? Okay, Tina and then Patrice, and then I have a couple.
I just have some questions about, some more detail, if you have it, about the sample, the voter universe that was sampled. Do we have any demographic data on them, such as the age of respondents, race, like how long they've lived in the city, et cetera? Do we know anything about that? Anything about that about them?
Not how long they've lived in the city, but all of the demographic information and how those various demographics responded can be provided to you. I don't have it with me, but all of that can be provided to you. Also, this survey is balanced, so you're trying to make sure that you get something that's representative of the voting population of the entire community. And so it's reweighted by gender, by age, by ethnicity, et cetera, et cetera.
So are we oversampling populations that have higher propensity voter turnout versus population size in the city?
No, not necessarily. First of all, most voters do vote regularly. We do look at it as what is the difference, and again, did not provide it here tonight, but happy to provide it to the superintendent for distribution. We look at how did those voters who are high propensity voters vote? How did those voters who rarely vote, and they're very supportive, of course, they just don't vote very often, and then those people in the middle. So there's a lot of data that comes with all of this that I'm happy to distribute, that it is actually fairly interesting to walk through those many, many pages.
That'd be helpful to see. Thank you.
First of all, I forgot to thank you, Dale, for, you've been coming to our Legislative Advocacy Committee meeting from last year, and I do want to thank Trustee Bailey for giving me that opportunity to lead that committee, and this is sort of the, you know, the result of it. I'm super excited about the word parcel tax. And also I did submit last minute questions, which Dale quickly answers, and there's a lot of data here, so I really appreciate that. My question is, and I'm gonna ask this question because I still don't get the pie chart with the, after you asked about the bond voters, whether they would support the parcel, and then the parcel voters, whether they support the bond. Because I see that blue section, but then the markings say yes for go, but no for parcel. So it looks like the dark blue is less than 50.
Yes.
So wouldn't that be the yes total?
No. No, the yes total, that is
Okay.
yes for both. So all we're trying to
Right.
measure on this particular slide is how does the inclusion of a parcel tax on the ballot affect the vote for a GO bond? And the other slide is exactly the opposite.
And it's 46.
No, it's 46 plus 22, because the lower, the lighter blue is they're saying, yes, I would vote for the bond, but I wouldn't vote for the parcel tax. So you have to add those two together. There's some people that are going to vote for both the parcel tax and the bond. Some people that are only going to vote for the bond. So if we want to measure the bond, we have to add those two together.
So the probability went down once you asked if they want to support both.
Yeah.
So then if you go to the last slide, the slide with the summary of the percentages, yeah, that one. The last row says percent yes with two measures. I thought that meant the yes to both things. Maybe I misinterpreted.
No, it's the yes for the bond. Under the middle column, it's the yes for the bond with two measures. On the right-hand side, it's the yes for the parcel tax with two measures.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
There, okay, that's.
Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, so the probability did go down if we had both on the ballot, okay. And then the last thing is, and I asked you this, if the board needs further information to make a decision on the bond parcel, when would be the latest we could make the decision to meet the timeline of slide 24? And I did research the 2020, voter survey, and I believe that timeline was, the vote was like in June or something. I could be wrong. It might be a little later.
Yeah, remember
where
what
we
you
are
were
right now.
going through in 2020. It was a very different world and a very different type of meeting. So the cutoff, which varies from county to county, but in Los Angeles County, it's roughly the first week of August. However, waiting up until that last minute, I would not recommend. Things just happen that you don't expect. Somebody's on vacation, somebody gets sick, et cetera, et cetera. And the counties will not give you any sort of leeway on that. They have a hard stop, and you have to have that resolution in at that time. So, yes, I understand you want to be deliberative on this, but I would also calendar this in the May or perhaps June timeframe.
May, okay. And the other thing is, so I got some data on the turnout, the estimated voter turnout for the 2024 election, which is estimated at 60 to 70% or 67% in the area, which amounts to about 70,000 voters in this district. So that's about 10,000, if you just divide it among 7 board members, that's 10,000 in each of our districts. And so, 67% of that voter turnout would pass the parcel tax. And so that turned out to be about 46,000 voters that had to say yes. So I'm thinking of what Mr. Udo was saying, which is if we're going to support something, the whole board has to be on it. So more hands make light work. So I think this is doable if we all chipped in on it.
I have one question for Dale. So can you maybe talk a little bit about the impact to taxpayers? Maybe about this new potential bond and then where we are with our current ones? Like what I know he was throwing money on the ground, but what is the impact on the typical?
The impact of this bond would be an additional $60 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. You currently have, I'm using memory here, but you currently have 2 bonds, I believe.
TT and Measure
The 2020 bond is also $60, although it may be a little bit less at this time. And TT, I believe, is coming off the rolls in 5 or 10 years. I'm sorry, the earlier bond.
35 or 37. So right now, it's, when I looked at my tax bill.
There were multiple issuances too, so.
And we've got some shorter ones for Measure O that are going to roll off more quickly, but I'm assuming we'll be issuing more soon. So when I looked at my tax bill that I received in the fall, I think we were at just under 80 cents per 100,000.
That sounds right.
So then my other 2 questions are really for the board, and I don't remember if we talked about having specific uses for the parcel tax or if it was general. And I know Pat has talked a lot about specific uses in the past, and I just wasn't sure where the board was with that. So that's hopefully something we'll chat a little bit about tonight. And then I assume people got emails. There is a number of parents and families who use charter schools, and they are interested to know if we will be writing charter schools into the bond or the parcel tax explicitly, and then would we, I mean, I don't know that we can say today whether we would follow through funding them, because I'm pretty sure the charter schools are in the Measure O bond. But I don't know that, except for repairs that. Well, yes. Now, the parcel tax, that's kind of different, but if you remember, there was a little brouhaha after Measure J passed, where it said public schools, and they all know that they're public schools, and then they said, where's our money? And then the city said, we didn't know. Anyway, I digress. So those may just be things that people want to reference as they're speaking tonight.
I had a question about language as we draft these, because I know that there's some concerns about explicit, specific language on Measure O that may or may not be perceived as such, and how that works on this. So if we could discuss this a little bit, when would that happen?
A committee has to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, because that would be a concern.
So the board establishes a committee, but then the committee does the work. So they.
Well, yeah, we worked on all of that.
Yeah. The board approves the language.
Board appointed a committee to work on the language?
Yeah.
We worked
if I
on
may-
Okay, maybe I missed that part.
I don't
It
believe
turns
that's-
into a campaign.
Yeah.
No,
there's
but
different pieces
maybe
of the
let's
puzzle.
let Dale talk to us about the ballot language and the exhibits for the ballot.
Yes, and I want to divide it between the parcel tax and general obligation bond,
Yeah.
because they're different. For a general obligation bond, there's one resolution. The resolution is drafted by council, but within that resolution, there are a couple important exhibits, and some which I would be I would ask that you trust us in the drafting of, because they're fairly technical. That is, the first is the ballot language itself. It's only can be 75 words. There's about half of it that is taken up by requirements from the state, and so your real estate is just kind of going. And so that is really a critical piece, and it's something that I would strongly recommend not be drafted by committee. In addition, there is what's called a project list. The project list is also an exhibit. Everything that is on the project list doesn't have to be completed, but it has to be on the project list if you are going to do it, use it for those purposes in the future. So the project list is both very specific and very broad at the same time, and that is something I think you will want to read very carefully and make comments on. And for example, one of the projects would have to be teacher staff housing. That would be one of the projects on the project list. The project list, by the way, is printed in the sample ballot. So everybody receives a copy of everybody that votes receives a copy of the project list. And then there's also something called the tax rate statement. The tax rate statement gives voters an idea of how much it's going to cost them over time. That's the bond. The parcel tax has much less requirements for what it needs. You get the 75 words. And there's really no requirement that you have a project list. You can, if you wish. You can have that internally if you wish. But in terms of publishing it in your resolution or putting it into the sample ballot, it's not required and very, very rarely done. I don't know if I've ever seen it done. So they're a little bit different, and there's going to be a lot of time for you to read and comment on it, but you want to keep in mind that they all have different purposes as you're getting there.
The one kicker, and I think the thing that has occasionally caused confusion with people in the public in the past, is what the board is bound by is what the voters pass. So if your language is general and expansive, that gives the board a lot of leeway to make individual decisions as time goes on. The more things you explicitly spell out, the more things you're actually bound. Then future board doesn't have discretion. Now, sometimes that can be an advantage, and sometimes it can be not an advantage. It depends on what your relationship is as a board with your community. If you're putting, for example, one specific project on a facilities bond, which we've never done it, but I know that like occasionally somebody will say, we want to build a big football stadium or whatever. Then in that case, you're stuck with that project. You can't you could build it and then sell it, but you can't, you do have to build it because you told the taxpayers you were going to do that. So this does lead occasionally to people coming and saying, you promised that you were going to do this, right? Because you included this language in the bond, but you haven't done it for our school yet. But that's not how the bond language, and that's always been a struggle. Even before I was on the board, it's been and it will be a struggle for this board, and it will be an issue of marketing with whoever is on the committee to do the public relations campaign for the bond, because we can't do it as part of our official actions. We do want to keep an eye on that and make sure that they're properly informing the public on how to do on what's on the list of potential projects. But it's not unless you specifically say in your bond language, we are going to spend $55 million on this high school. You're not. It's always at the discretion of future boards to decide what the current priority is. And that's really, I mean, effectively how it should be, in my opinion. But
Tina had a question, and then if people are done with questions, we could entertain a motion.
Okay, two. I forgot, this was what I forgot to ask. There is probably a library bond put on the ballot by the city. They're gonna vote on it in June. Do you have any idea of how that will affect the favorability percentages of our bond?
On the June ballot?
On the November, did I say June? No, I said they are going to vote,
Oh, to
the
put
city
it on
to,
in June.
yeah.
Yeah, there hasn't been much research on that, frankly. When we look at the impact of high schools versus colleges versus elementary schools, there doesn't seem to be a great deal of of collateral damage, I guess that's the way to put it, of having measures on the ballot. Now, the city will tell you something very differently. They will say, this is going to be very bad for us, and they might be right. It might be, I think people would be more likely to support a school bond than they would a library bond or a sales tax, for example. But I haven't seen any real impact. I've seen the opposite happen, where there's been two measures on and they both passed. But cities and school districts kind of are playing to a different audience. I guess that's the way to put it. And it's like when there's a state bond on the ballot. You know, there's really no impact that I can ever see, even though everybody thinks there's going to be. But I don't see that there's a huge, oh, well, there's a state bond, therefore I'm not going to vote for my local school bond. It's usually the opposite effect. I'll vote for my local school bond, but not for the state bond.
Second is 2026 election. Now, I hear, so we had the benefit of hearing you speak at the committee, which is I'm hearing very loud and clearly that a high voter turnout election is a huge opportunity for, you know, supporting public education taxes. But we just you know, passed the 2020 bond, and hasn't really been, I guess, we won't have completed our first modernization yet by the time, you know, we have the ballot, this on the ballot in November. So we don't have like evidence of like, look at these great schools that we've transformed with this other bond you passed. So I hear from other people that maybe it's a better idea to put the bond on the 2026. So by that time, we will have 7 schools that have been renovated, and we'll have something to show that, look, your tax dollars went to this. So can you speak to, you know, what is the advantage of either scenario?
Sure. I think waiting for the 26th ballot, given your demographics, would be a mistake. First of all, you've got inflation coming at you, and so you think you're going to have a certain amount of money, and it's just going to be less by waiting 2, 3, 4 years. Second is voter turnout is I would say the second biggest impact. Maybe it's even the first biggest impact on the success of school bond issues. And that's not Dale's opinion, that's just looking at the data for the past 20 years. Those school bonds that were on the ballot in a presidential election over the last 20 years passed at over 90%. Those school bonds in a gubernatorial election passed at about 80% or less. And when you get into the primaries, it's about 65%. And the reason is quite simple, and I won't go into the long story I always tell about political consultants, but the reason is that the fiscally conservative voter always votes. I mean, it's pretty much that simple. Fiscally conservative voter always votes, and the less fiscally conservative voter who may just love school bonds, you know, I've been a voter for every school bond, but they don't always vote. You know, they tend to vote in a presidential election. So that's why I do not think that would be the best course.
Thank you.
So, I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion. I think I'm happy to discuss these both, but for me, the priority is the parcel tax, so I will move that we put a $90 parcel tax on the November 2024 ballot.
I don't think he's precluding a bond also.
No,
Are you doing it separate?
I just want to talk about the parcel tax first.
That's the motion he's putting out there.
That's the motion I put out there.
Second.
Okay, so now I'll do my advocacy. I got involved in politics in Pasadena through Measure CC, the parcel tax. I've been advocating for a parcel tax every year I've been on the board. I advocated for it both times I ran. I think the ongoing funding is far and away the thing that makes it most difficult for us to compete with our private school competitors. I think that members of the Board of Education have always been a little too prone to, well, how much can we ask for? How much, like, oh, it didn't work last time. And my response has always been, The Board of Education should just simply say, we should be the best funded public education district in the country, and why aren't we? And that's where our starting position should be. So I'm a little bit less supportive of the bond, which I could talk about when we get to the bond. There are some things that I would need to really get gung-ho behind it. But I really think that we have to get a parcel tax passed. I think that talking with districts that have done parcel taxes, the key is to get the first one passed. Once the first one is passed, voters are much more likely to give you a second one. I can go on I could eat up the whole time just talking about reasons why we should have a parcel tax. So for me, it's the biggest priority. I think it's the one that absolutely must be on the presidential ballot, and the sooner the later. So that's where I'm at for that.
Well, you're probably more excited than I am. I'm pretty excited. So parcel tax has the most flexibility in how we can spend that. So let's be clear. Parcel equals anything, bond equals buildings. Ooh, I like that, bond building. So parcel, I think we really need to bring back the people that we lost in the layoff, or some of them. You know, that's one way to do it. I'd love to bring back our psychologists, our nurses. You know, these are their support staff, and you can't pay for them from a bond. Not to say I don't want a bond, but I'm just saying parcel has that flexibility to pay for people. And I don't know, maybe Dale, you could say how this is a huge this is probably going to be the hugest voter turnout in history. I don't know. It's going to be exciting. This presidential election is just crazy. So higher turnout, better chance. So we're going to pass a parcel tax, which requires a really high threshold. Well, this is the time. This is the opportunity to hit that. I don't think there's a board member that doesn't want to support our teachers and staff and raises. And so this is that opportunity. And yeah, so I agree with the sort of the rationale of Dr. Blanco. This is, high turnout election. And so if we all work together, I know we can pass this.
It's hard for me to think of it separate like this. I think we need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. While I think we need funding for operations and for salaries, we definitely need funding for our facilities. And we need to build housing, period. And so it's really hard for me, like, it sounds like the advocacy is either or coming from the two of you. So I don't think that I'm ready to vote on them separately. If we're talking about them separately, I think I'm more ready to talk about them collectively. And then if we have to vote on them separately, that's fine. But I haven't heard enough from everyone regarding their support for the bond that makes me comfortable having the conversation this way where we got to vote afterwards, is what I'm trying to say. So I can, but I still wanted to say what I said. I want to be able to for you all to be clear. So with where I'm at with this. And so, yeah. So, yes, would you mind? I want you to withdraw it.
Well, I'd like to hear everybody weigh in first on their thoughts about the parcel tax, and there's a reason for that. So I think this is a relatively new change in how the board operates. We didn't used to require people to make motions before we had discussion. So if we were going to have,
It's not a requirement now. You don't have.
well, this is the way we've been doing it for a few months. So,
It's in our protocol.
Well, we need to change that.
okay,
Okay,
but
it's
we
no
can't do that right now. So, so since that had become the new norm, I just feel, I feel very, very, very strongly that the number one priority for me as a board member is to make sure that a parcel tax gets on the ballot. So that's why I want to talk about it first, because I wanted to make sure the support for the parcel tax was there from everybody. But perhaps we should let other people weigh in before, and then
Just want to make a point of clarification. As of today, no one has received any notification about being laid off. Until the March 15th letters are actually in someone's hand, it is all speculative, it's all up for conversation. So no one has yet received any notifications of not potentially being at risk of losing their job. We may have to take that step, and statutorily by state and by the EDCO, we have to notify them by March 15th. We're just giving the superintendent the authority to do that should it become necessary. So let's not get into hysterics about what has happened when no action has been taken yet.
Well said, thank you.
President, can I make one clarification of it? The vote that you are taking this evening is not whether you're supporting a parcel tax or a bond. You're voting and giving direction to us to bring back a resolution for the board to consider for both the parcel tax or one or the other. So there is no vote, I should say.
Okay, that makes a
Well,
huge difference.
No, but to clarify, we should give direction tonight whether they should bring both back or only one or only the other. The law where we have to have a 2/3 vote is on the resolution. And the resolution, by that time, the language will be final. I think there was a timeline on the very last slide.
So does that go back to what I was speculating, that it's either one or the other?
Well, I don't know that we want to tell Dr. Blanco and Dale to prepare resolutions for vote both if there isn't enough support. Even tonight to have a majority support. I mean, so, yeah, I
The
mean,
staff's recommendation that we support both.
it is.
Can
All right, so hang on. So Patrice, were you done? And then Yarma was next. Okay.
This is a very complicated situation, and I think that this is a adequate space and conversation to talk about our constituents. I am in a particularly difficult position in this conversation. My district tends to have high levels of participation, high levels of voter participation that often doubles or exceeds some of the other districts that are sitting here. Unfortunately, that participation in our democratic process does not necessarily transfer into enrollment in our schools, right? So there is a disconnect between personal and direct interest and voting track records. But I do know my neighbors, and I know that for the most part, they do believe in public education and they do support public schools. And I have no doubt that not only in my immediate community, but in my conversations with all of my constituents across District 7, people feel strongly about the impact of public education in all of our lives. Having said that, the bond poses some specific and very tangible challenges in my district, given that we have so many closed and in many cases abandoned buildings. And that has generated a historic discontent and trust over our use of facilities. Fortunately, I can go back to my neighbors and say, hey, we've secured some funding and it's on progress, But that relies on our ability to say, we're going to come through in the agreements that we've secured when we approved the first 5-year plan, and have them trust us enough to say, yes, we will continue to support this. It is not lost on me the immediate and urgent need to continue to subsidize public education so that we are effective in what we do. And that transcends the immediate needs of my constituents. And the more time that I spend here in the school board and with my fellow trustees, it is more evident that the bond and the parcel are both needed. I know that and I understand that to support both our structures, but also our staff and teachers. Where I'm not certain is in my ability or our ability to successfully pass those two right now. So where am I? I am very cautious in trying to promise or deliver my district in support of both or either.
So and maybe it will be,
Wait, I thought you said Pat after me.
oh, yeah, it's fine. All right.
So, as you see, I think we kind of need to have the two conversations at the same time. I just feel like if we do absolutely nothing, we're going to be stuck right here. I mean, you think about where we are now as far as our facilities and what we need, and then you think about where we are right now with our salaries and operational costs, the need for more operational costs. We actually need both, and it's unfortunate that we have to, keep our hands out to the taxpayers, but it's not exclusive to PUSD right now. I mean, this is happening all across the country. So I don't have a problem with having to put both initiatives on a ballot or asking staff to come back with a resolution for both. I just say, from my experience the last time, it's a campaign. So do I have confidence in the fact that we could get it passed? I absolutely do, but I also know that we're going to have to work our butts off to make it happen. I think that we have enough support in the community around housing and the need to pay our teachers and to have the funds to run the district, that I think the community will embrace these measures. But we've got to be sincere. We've got to be ready to hit the ground running. My question that I wanted to ask when we talked about the bond was the timing of issuance once the voters approve it. That was the question that I didn't get to ask. And so, because, I mean, I'd like to know that too. We can talk about that later. I don't know if I'm the only one who needs to know that, but I'd like to know that. But I'm just saying, it's not going to be something that we just put on the ballot and then, that we just say we want to go for, and then we expect that it's going to get on the ballot and voters are going to vote for it. No, it's a process, just like when you ran for your seats. And so just be ready to work. That's all. Just be ready to work. And I still would like to ask you to withdraw your
So maybe it'll make the most sense for me to explain what my concerns are about the bond, and then people can respond to that. So first of all, the bond authorization is, once it's passed, it's then up to the individual Board of Education to decide the rate at which they issue bonds, and that's usually related in conversation with staff about how fast they can do projects. So I imagine if we, let's hypothetically call this Measure Q for the bond and, you know, Measure Z for the parcel tax. So if Q passes, it probably will be several years before we issue any of those bonds because we have Measure O bonds to issue, right? So it's mostly, it will be the responsibility of future boards of education, probably 2026, 2027 at the earliest. One of the reasons why I don't feel quite the urgency about a bond that that some people do is I 100% agree with Mr. Scott that doing it in 2026 would be a bad idea. I think presidential elections are by far the best years to do bonds. I'm just looking at the rate at which we're spending Measure O money, and I don't see that we will spend it all before 2028. So I think we have opportunity for a parcel tax this year, and we would be able to pass another bond when the next presidential election comes up. So I don't see those as of the same level of priority. Maybe other people do, that's fine. That is a wrinkle. So this is one of the things that I would want, and you know, unfortunately you can never bind a future board, right? Like even if everybody here swore a blood oath and we all, you know, signed a binding document and cast spells so that we would keel over dead if we broke our promises, there's no guarantee that by 2028 any one of us is going to be sitting here. I mean, certainly I won't be, but the rest of us may not be here to follow through on those promises. So there's no guarantee that that I can say. I really think, for me, one of the reasons to vote for the last bond was for staff housing. So I was already on board with it before, but I would really want to know that this board agreed that yes, we would move ahead with the housing project and we would fund it out of GO bonds if we're going to pass the bond. There are other things that I would want, like I don't think I've made any secret of the fact that I disagree with the scope for the projects that we passed, and I would want to see us revisit so that when we're doing these sites, if we're going to move the kids off the site, we shouldn't just do electrical and the retrofits. We need to redo the playgrounds, and we need to do the other, you know, $5, $6, $7 million worth of scope that we've taken out of the projects that we've already approved on the 5-year plan. And I think that's true for all of the schools on the 5-year plan. Like I said at the time, I thought the budget for San Rafael was too small. So I would want to see the budget for San Rafael increased. I want to see the budget for Longfellow increased. Again, that's not something that I can bind a future board, but I want to know that the rest of you agree with that and not that we're going to then just take the next $900 million and split it up amongst school sites. We should do these school sites in the way that makes them sales points for everything that we do. So everybody can go, that's what a PUSD school is supposed to look like. Soup to nuts, like all the way from the teacher's parking lot to the solar panels on the roof to, you know, there's nothing else that needs to be done at that site for the next 15 years. That's a good decision. I'm glad. Yeah, except for there's always basic maintenance. So that's the one thing that makes me slightly reluctant, and I will admit I'm a little bit less supportive than a bond because I do worry about it dragging the parcel tax down to 65% because I really think that's a high priority for me. However, if the rest of the board wants both, I'll do both. And I do agree. I've followed our local districts and how they voted on Measure J and how they voted on Measure O. And Dr. Velasquez does have and Tina to a somewhat lesser extent, those are probably the two districts that are the hardest sell for tax increases. It's an easy one for me. Mine always comes in higher than just about everybody else's. Trustee Area 4 is a routine 70%er when it comes to these sorts of things. So it's not a lot of work for me to convince my voters. Plus, I know that the people that are running for my seat are big supporters of these things, so they'll do a lot of the heavy lifting. But that means I'm free to help you guys walk your districts if you want the help. So I'm happy to withdraw my motion about the parcel tax. but I really want to make sure that we're all on board with what we want to do with a bond if we're going to pass it, because I don't want to work my hind end off passing the thing and then have it not pan out the way that I think it should.
Two things. So I understand, Dr. Velasquez had some concerns, but I wanted to say that we have voting districts, but we represent the entire district. So the voting district, those are the voters, but where a child goes to elementary school, maybe in your district you live in, but they may go to high school in another district. So we are here for everyone, and it all fits together like a nice puzzle. So that's one thing. But the other thing is, the superintendent had a recommendation, and the recommendation was for both of these. So I would like to hear from her a little bit. I know she said a few words earlier, but we've been talking for a while. And I want to go with both because I see the need for both. So can you say just a few more words about why you made this recommendation?
I just wanted to clarify, I didn't say about where students go. I'm just concerned about whether or not I'm going to deliver District 7 for you all.
But we're all here for you. So we're all this, yes.
All we
that's
can
my
ask is
whole
that you do
point.
your best, not that.
Well, we're going to
I
be
invite you
there.
to the hills.
We are family, right, Tina?
One of the things that I didn't mention is that we need to consider technology too, right? We know we went down from 3 refreshes to 2, and our students are going to continue to move forward in the 21st century. We went a long time without being able to refresh any computers in the district for our office staff, our related service people, our psychologists, people doing IEPs, because the initiatives that we did get through different grants from the state were always like just for teachers, right? So then there were a lot of people that had like 20-year-old devices, and we've come out of that era now and been able to really give our staff the technology they need and the students the technology they need. So that's going to continue to be a need for us, and I think the bond should consider language about technology. Again, the presidential election is something that it's an opportunity. I don't think the bond's going to impact the parcel tax. I think it'll take like more campaigning for us to get the parcel tax forward, and it seems like our teachers are supporting the parcel tax, and they probably would be more willing to help us with that campaigning for the parcel tax. But I think the bond will pass regardless of the parcel tax being on the ballot. And I think our facility needs were 1 point something billion. And so it's, even though we might not be able to get things moving as quickly as, like Mr. Cahalan was saying, the needs are there. And definitely if we move the housing project up, we'll be able to issue the other one sooner. Oh, and I think you had a question, Mrs. Bailey, which I had the same question. Mr. Scott, or Kingsley, can you issue 2 measures at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I wanted to.
Okay, so Yarm asked if she could say something quickly, but
Go ahead.
I just want to say that I know that we haven't spent all of our bond, but this past weekend I went to the Lawrence Cheer program. And then I went on a tour of Muir's athletics facilities, and I could not hold back my tears. It's just not enough.
so to kind of weigh in, I actually look at the results from the parcel tax, even by itself, with the, with the plus or minus, and so I find it worrisome, and so, especially then when adding the bond onto it. So, I think Pat made some good points about getting one passed, so that we have a positive track record that, we can build on in the future. I don't think that having ongoing money is ever a bad thing. So I don't know if I'm convinced we can pass it, but I think we should go for it. Now, on the bond, I also think there's some good points about, do we need it until we've spent most of the other, and does the next presidential election make sense? But if we do want to use it for the housing, especially in a significant way, then I think we need to pass it if that's what we're gonna do. But the issues for me around going out for another bond, especially one that's almost, well, it's not quite twice as big as the one we've done, is that we need a facilities master plan. I don't believe that we have a facilities master plan now that actually has all the components. And it's actually, we paid for one with another architect that we never got about 8 or 10 years ago, after we got our initial measured TT bond. And so that money came and went, and we never got anything for it. And I would say that I don't know that we have a good plan now. And there's a not insignificant number of the public who recognize that we have a lot of schools for the number of students we have. And I think they would be susceptible to saying, well, if the board and the district won't make those decisions, why should we give them $900 million? And so I think we all have to keep that in mind. For me, I want to see a facilities master plan before we went out on the 2020 bond, or at least shortly thereafter. And so to not come to it until 2024, or I guess it was late 2023, was disappointing. So for me, and I'm not clear that I'm hearing that we want to, I know we're starting on the asset management, we're starting on this process. And I agree with Pat, and I think I said at the time, I would rather put the right amount of money into schools than have to go back several times to the same schools. So if we did pass this bond, I would certainly hope, even for sites that we were in the middle of finalizing their plans, we would go back and allocate them more money. Because that's the only reason we didn't allocate them the right amount of money this time. I hope we didn't think it was a good idea to under allocate to them. And then I worry that it would be problematic to taxpayers. Again, we saw from the sample that there was about 68% who didn't have children or grandchildren, so their connection to PUSD might not be as strong. I think if we say family housing, where we're saying, hi taxpayer, please give us money so that we can pay for other families in the district to have subsidized housing, because it's important for our schools. There's a connection there, but that might be one step too far, I think, for taxpayers. So certainly staff housing is a much more aligned to improving outcomes for students by having teachers who have less stress, live closer, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just something I wanted to throw in there. And now, I had Tina, and then Michelle, and then, well, I had her name down before that. Did you, unless you weren't? Okay, so I'm writing Tina, and then Michelle, and then Patrice.
Everybody has a lot of points that are great, so I'm just now trying to remember. So, Dr. Velasquez was talking about being able to convince, her district, and then you were saying that I have a very similar demographic, and there was a pie chart about supporting public schools, and you probably know that there are people who don't put their children in public school, but they very much support public education because maybe when they were growing up, they went to public school. And I found that when I was campaigning in 2020 is there's a lot of compassion out there. And that was really heartening to see. And I'm very proud of our community, our district, whole community, that's who we are. Regardless of where they send their kids, they came out for us. They passed Measure O. And I was like, I don't know if they're gonna pass Measure O, but They did, and so, and then Trustee Bailey talking about trying, like, and I think you were also saying try. If we don't try, then we don't know if we'll ever get it, so why not? Would be the time. And then regarding the facilities master plan, in preparation for chairing the facilities committee, I was trying to like look at other districts and how they had their master plan. And it was really hard to sort our website and for, say a parent to have to figure out what are we getting exactly? It was really hard to understand that through the website. And a lot of other districts had documents, PDFs. It's just like one page, oh, this is what we're getting at when. So I agree, I hope we can do it better if we're gonna pass a bond or put a bond on the ballot to have that already laid out before moving forward with the bond.
Oh, did he withdraw it? I didn't think he had.
So I just want to remind, it sounds, sometimes I feel like we're talking ourselves out of something. I want to remind everybody what housing is for. Staff housing does two things. It's for families, which is why I have the concern about the 1-bedrooms, but that's another topic. But it's for families. Those families mean children, students. They come into PUSD. That increases enrollment. For the family housing, I said low income. I don't know this year how many homeless families we have, but I know we have several homeless families. And just because they're homeless doesn't mean that they don't have a job. So again, families mean children. So when we have this conversation and we're talking about building housing, to have in the same sentence, you say, but we have people who are concerned about the number of students we have versus the number of schools that we have open, it's a conflict. So I want us to be mindful that we are helping and supporting the district when we provide the housing, which should be a priority because then we bring in families. That's what's important, which is why I believe that the bond is important at this time, because while we may be able to take funds out of Measure O to start the staff housing project, that's going to be 63 or 68 million if we don't get the funding now, go out for the bond now. That's going to be that much money that now we've taken out of Measure O that could have gone to support another project. And not only that, going for the bond now would afford us the ability to begin looking at a site that's viable for family housing as well. So the whole purpose of the housing is to bring staff and their children into the district. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody hears that and everybody understands that and everybody is clear so that we're not looking at this district as a deficit. Yesterday was good. We caught the vision. Let's keep moving with it. Let's not sit here and have this conversation and talk ourselves out of this. And I understand that some of us have to leave in a few minutes. So we need to get done with this, please.
I would like to offer a friendly amendment to your motion to include both
Can
the
Patrice?
parcel and the,
So Patrice was going to talk to both, and so is it okay if she does that? I mean, I think she was going to. Because she's the one person we haven't.
We know we don't have enough money in Measure O for all the things we want to do for our facilities. That's a given. We learned that very, very quickly when we were going through the facilities master plan. I'm going to sidebar a question just to ask, what is missing from our facilities master plan that you'd like to see that we don't currently have? But I've got some other things I want to ask. I also think that parcel taxes certainly do give you more autonomy and flexibility on how you use the dollars. And I think that we could have an opportunity to pass one now that we have not had in the past. I also look at both the bond and the parcel tax in this way. There's always this chatter about what facilities look like, what investments we're making, what resources PUSD has or doesn't have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Every district that people want to compare us to has a parcel tax, has had one for some number of years, or every other state that people want to compare us to, be it New York, Massachusetts, Texas, et cetera, they all are paying income taxes or property taxes in some way that is funding the things that we are unwilling to pay for, yet we demand for our schools. And so I don't know how we rationalize or think that we're going to have high-quality facilities, high-quality staff, well-compensated employees, et cetera, if we're not going to make an investment in these things. So if we as a community hold those as values, we have to put our money where our mouth is and pay for it.
So I definitely don't disagree with that. I do want to point out, though, that with the money that we've already authorized to Measure O and this $900 million bond, if we pass it, that's still not going to do every single thing that's in that website that people have listed as stuff that they want on their schools, especially if we take $68 million or however much in it is to do a housing project. And the day after that bond passes, if it passes, there will be people in those seats right there who will pull public comment cards that will come and say, so now when am I going to get my whatever it is?
All right.
So that's what I want to hear from this board, is that they're going to stick to their guns and not
And
change their
that's
mind.
their right, and they should. So I don't have a problem with that.
So
We
Pat's
just need to
got-
make a decision.
Pat's got a motion on the floor. I don't know if he is now, I think you've heard from everyone
I have
contemplating withdrawing it, but then
People-
Yarma was starting to, I don't know how.
She wanted him to make a friendly amendment.
So I'll say this, I will withdraw my motion, and I'll allow somebody else to make a motion. I just want everybody to know, I think I'm pretty clear where I'm at, and I really hope that if this thing passes, I don't get mad about some decision that we make between now and December.
So the motion's withdrawn, so I'm entertaining a motion. So before people start advocating again, because otherwise, so is there another motion?
I move that we accept staff's recommendation.
To put both a bond and a parcel tax on the November election.
Absolutely.
I'll second it.
So do people feel they've left things unsaid?
Sorry, this is left over from parcel. I just wanted to do a final comment about parcel. And I've heard this and I don't remember if Dale said it already, but the first parcel tax, it has a lower probability of passing. It's harder to pass. So some people might say, why $90? And I know you answered that. It's like the sweet spot before, below 100. But it's also something that voters would support because it's low enough. And we want to just pass something so that the next time we want to extend the parcel or make it bigger, it's just an easier probability of passing. So I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Excuse me, that is all correct.
Okay, thanks. And also, like I said, parcel is for people, and it'd really be great to have the opportunity for schools to not have to share nurses, counselors, custodians. I thought there were 2 schools that shared one, say, nurse, but there's some instances where 3 schools are sharing a nurse. So I'm like, oh, this is getting not good. So that's why I really support parcel tax.
All right, so I want to call for the vote, and then I want to clarify a few things after the vote for staff. Okay. So.
What are we voting on again? Can you repeat?
Michelle's motion to accept staff's recommendation to put both a bond and a parcel tax on the November 2024 election.
And the details of that we'll talk later.
Well, we're going to cover a couple, and yeah. All in favor? Unanimous. So just wanted to, so the parcel tax was polled and surveyed at $90, so I'm assuming, unless there's an objection that someone wants to raise now, we'll stick with that number, and that's, staff will, that's what they'll start working on. And I'm also going to assume that since we polled on the 900 million for the bonds, that no point in changing it to something lower, and I'm not sure. So,
Dale, can you repeat the rationale for 900 million?
900 is the maximum amount the district has the ability to request.
that's a very good reason then. And again, it sounds like the uses will be crafted. I believe there was certainly a consensus, if not a majority, that staff housing would be included. And then the parcel tax was gonna say general. And again, the other part of the parcel tax was 8 years. I don't know if anyone had thoughts that something,
So on that point, I've seen everything from 4 to 10. I think 8's fine. I think you can make the case that you're spending it well in 8 years. I do want to find out if the board is interested at all in doing a targeted parcel tax versus a general, and that wasn't an option that was presented to us. It's long been a point of my advocacy. The advantage of it is that you give a very specific set of things to the public, and you say, this is what we're gonna make sure that we do this stuff. The disadvantage of it is you then have to do that. So I think it's a slightly easier sell. I think we could craft one that talks about student health and safety, and we could mention nurses and behavioral specialists and security guards and maybe a certain amount of money for emergency supplies or whatever it is that the superintendent would want to put on that list. But I think that might be enough to get us 1 or 2 more %, which might be the difference on this thing. So I would say that we should probably do that, but if the rest of the board wants just put it in the general fund, that's okay too.
I need a point of clarity, excuse me, Dale. Could you explain to me, so the parcel tax is 5.5, right?
Sorry, 5.5.
Million.
Well, yeah, at the way it is, in terms of per year, yes, roughly 5 million
Okay, so that's per year?
per year. It would raise.
Okay.
So it's not like a magical unicorn that we can, pay for everything.
Well,
so Pat, to your point though, if it was specific, it would be specific for that for 8 years.
And so, I will give the example, when San Marino passed its first one, it was targeted towards literacy. So it paid for the librarians and it paid for a couple other things. Now, some people may say, I'm fine with campaigning for it to go in the general fund. I've certainly, as a member of Board of Education, we don't have enough money. So, whether we list what we're spending it on or not, we will find important things to spend the money on. It's more of a question of, do you think that that's a good selling point to the voter? Because if I tell the voter, when we get this money, we're going to have a nurse at every school, we're going to have a librarian at every school, we're going to have a security guard at every school, we're going to have, whatever the thing is, then they know exactly what they're paying for. And since we are already staffing those positions, in some cases, as pointed out, only half of a position or a third of a position, this then allows us to recoup the money that we're spending out of the general fund on those things and put them towards whatever else. So we still have flexibility, of course, but it does mean that you are committing essentially to the public and saying, when we hit the next fiscal down cliff and we have to send out layoff notices, these positions are covered by the parcel tax and they are going to be protected, and you're still going to have your school security guard, even if we have to cut positions.
If the position has the possibility of improving outcomes, I can deliver my district.
Can I make a recommendation? A suggested recommendation? Can we let, it's for this discussion about specifics in the parcel text, can we let staff, can we start with staff bringing a recommendation to the board of positions or specifics that, yeah, can we start there? Dr. Blanco, what are your thoughts?
I think we can do that. I just want to remind the board that the 84 TOSAs, which are wellness teachers, resource teachers, literacy specialists, math specialists that we have out there, are $11.2 million today. So I don't want to overpromise, right? And so we have to look at how we're going to redesign some of these services to schools. That's what we're going to be doing over the next year with input from our principals and the community. We put them into Measure J for only 1 year, right? Not 2 years out. So with people that the cost keeps going up, I think we all agree that we want money to go to the classrooms and the teachers. It might be easier to say that, and we have to come up with some ratios. I know every school would like to have one of those positions. Dr. Gray's in the audience. He has 1,100 children. He has the same positions as Webster with 290. So I think in terms of support positions, right, because we are always trying to make sure that, everybody gets one of something. So we're really going to take a deep look at, how ratios should work over the next year.
I just have a point of clarification.
Hang on, Patrice has had her hand up.
I know, but I'm not even finished. I was just asking Dr. Blanco for her comments. I wanted one more piece. Salaries. Would salaries be taken into consideration for use?
We talked about that when we talked about the parcel tax, and I think, Kingsley, you said it would be, we gave 0.5. If we gave, that's not just teachers, that's the whole entire organization, that 5 million would only cover that amount. So we have to be really clear, knowing that this is not a lot of money. It's, a small amount of money. And I think you can get support if we say it's going to be in classrooms for teachers, and that's probably a more realistic goal, even though we do need all those other things you're mentioning.
Patrice?
I just wanted to ask a point of clarification. I know that we have nurses or folks who are kind of split between campuses. And some of that is not because we don't believe that every single school deserves to have their own. It's a function of the fact that we just do not have the bodies available to hire to be able to have at every single school. Like, hospitals can't hire enough nurses, so we don't have enough nurses. Same with psychologists. They're just not coming out of school fast enough for us to be able to have them in the quantity that we actually need them. So I don't know that there's a value of us not feeling as though they're important. I think that there's really an issue of the pipeline not being really readily available for us to be able to have them in the quantity we would like to be able to see them in our schools.
So I would still be interested in staff bringing back a specific area you think, because it is a small amount of money. And I think as a selling point to say it's going to be specifically for this thing, and it's a thing that fits in the 5 million or 5.5 million, is probably better than saying, well, it's half of Measure J and we'll fill it in the, I just don't know that that's compelling as a selling point to taxpayers. But if you could say, we know, student wellness is a very, it's something that's very important to everyone, and it's something that, similar to arts, it's, when we start cutting, it often hangs low enough that it gets chopped off. So we should, if there's a way to guarantee that these things that we know are important to people stay funded, yeah, okay. So, thank you. Oh, yeah.
So I just want clarification, what is Dr. Blanco coming back with?
So should we look at the last slide that has, so we gave the board direction, or we gave board directions to move forward with these two things. So I'm not clear if there's another iteration where you guys come back with some suggested language, or if you want more input from us. Or
Also,
you're definitely
I
gonna
had
come
a
back to us
question
with-
about housing in particular, though. I definitely support housing, but I feel like there wasn't an actual vote for it, so it feels like it got smushed in there. How can I
Right,
say it?
because
So when she comes back, right, with the plan of the distribution, people will, that's not like, we're just voting for that, or not voting for that. There's still,
So in this first item on the agenda tonight, we did ask the superintendent to come back to us with the next steps for staff housing, which is separate than coming back with the draft language for these documents, although they touch each other, where the draft language will talk about staff housing for the new bond. But,
let me phrase this differently.
okay,
Let's just, for example, Don Benito wants their ADA, and I want to be able to explain if they're going to get it, given now we have housing to do.
so
Well-
ADA is already in the 5-year plan for them, or it's not?
It's not.
So it is on the future bond,
Okay, so
along with other items.
so the future bond has the housing. That's why I want to see how everyone gets impacted.
I'm going to
Am
push
I-
back a
am
little
I
bit
not
on this.
being
I understand what you're asking for, but
Okay.
I'm going to give you a little bit of pushback because I want to. It's important to tell people what we want to spend the money on. And I do agree that we should have a facilities master plan. But it's not going to be possible, nor, in my opinion, is it really advisable for you to say, here's the $900 million and here's an exact to the penny accounting of what we're going to spend it on. Because you can't. When you do that, all you're doing is you're telling people, in 7 years, you're going to bring this back to me and you're going to be really mad that something that's on this list didn't get done. Because inflation happens, supply chain problems
So
happen.
there's a project list that we have to do.
But
What is that
it-
then?
But it's not a
it's-
project list we have to do. The project list,
That we have to put on the ballot,
right, but it's not.
but if you looked at
but
the,
it's not binding, is that what you're saying?
No, it's binding in the sense that you list the types of projects that you will do on the bond. But you're not saying you're going to do all of them. Because you can't. You can't.
So it's
give-
possible
this is-
projects.
This is a thing that I thought was very badly messaged on Measure TT. And I'm sure if I had been paying attention, I would have said the same thing about Measure Y. Not that it's necessarily the fault of the board, but what the public hears is, you're going to do all this stuff, and I know my school needs the things that are on this list, so I'm going to get all of that stuff. That's not how this works. And I think that we, as board members, have a real obligation to go back to our school sites and say, we're going to have more money, the board will always be discussing the things that are the most important to do right now, and it's fine to come and advocate for your site. Like, I don't want to discourage people from coming and advocating for their site or anything. But it's not a promise that you're going to get X on November 4th, 2029. That's not how this works. And I think if you try and sell it that way to people in the school district, all you're doing is setting us up for an expectation failure. You just don't do that.
Okay, you're saying what I shouldn't say, but you're not saying what I should say, so I don't know what to tell parents then.
Wait and say it later to them.
well, we'll talk more about this all, but staff probably would like to go home. Is there anything else we must say? All right, then I will adjourn us.